Alright, hello everyone, with a new commentated video. It's been a while, so this took me a lot longer than I wanted to. But hey, welcome to Final Fantasy IX, Amarant Solo Challenge. So yeah, the basic rules are if Amarant can be in your party, Amarant has to be put into your party. If Amarant is in a battle, then everyone else has to die or to be killed off before Amarant is allowed to deal damage on the enemies. But yeah, and we are going right in. This is also the cutscene remover. So this run does not take incredibly long, but still has a decent length for an FF9 speedrun at least. Yeah, so this was now like, what, 7th try, and I still put one in with Marcus. This was a pretty late Mage Masher. Mage Masher is a 1 in 16, so usually you reset a lot for it, but since the last run I just was in reset hell. I feel like I could just go with it. Keeping the good vibes up by not resetting and just taking what the game gives me. Yeah, otherwise you could save 20, maybe even 25 seconds if you really wanted to push it. Yeah, I'm also because of all those resets, we are comparing against balanced PB, which usually has been cursed for me, but yes, sometimes I just feel like my PB is cursed, so I need a different comparison. Balanced PB basically meaning, in theory, you should be able to save like some time everywhere, and only lose time when it's really bad. But yeah, historically, I felt like I've always lost time. But yeah, spoilers, it did work out. Also thanks for the good luck. But yeah, we're starting the game very straightforward. Picking up the tent with Vivi. For Gizamaluk, as per usual. So yeah, Amarant notably only joins the fight very late. So for a long time, we'll just be mostly doing stuff strategies very similar to any percent. I do not need to worry about some Beatrix 1 or anything like that. But yeah, so we're getting into King Leo. The enemies here don't deal damage, but they have long animation attacks, like Poli. And yeah, this fight was most notably about Sinner here, because Sinner deals a whole total of 2 damage. Which is one of the reasons why Leo actually gets another attack in. And yeah, I was kinda desperate and felt like I didn't really care. So I did queue up another attack with Sinner, which dealt another 2 damage. Absolute cinema in the bad way. Yeah, really keeping up with the vibes here, because yeah, usually my times are between 3, bad is 3:10, really good sub 3. So 3:25 is something I really hadn't seen in a while. But yeah, otherwise, yeah. The mood was just the big RNG swings and things that can happen are gonna come later, so yeah, just going with it. Here we have the sword minigame. On HD, known to be a lot easier than on console to get 100 nobles, which is important because if you get 100 nobles in the English versions, except PS1 JP, you do get 10,000 gil. But on PC, you just really only need, like, you need to hit every input correctly, basically. You do not need to be especially fast. So yeah, you would also get the Moonstone, but we do not need that. There is no boss in this, well, no boss in this game that is a beast. There are a few banner snatches, but until then we have other things. But yeah, moving on with Steiner, just running around. You can like talk to a bunch of soldiers, and they could also tell you what they are good at, which I think would help you in a mini game in Disc 3, but we are speedrunners, so yeah, we're just looking up a sheet that tells us what to pick. Which honestly, even for casual players, seems like the very sensible thing to do. But yeah, moving on, running around Garnet. Equipping the Mage Measure, which is like, you basically deal twice as much damage with the Mage Measure, which is really nice. Also, you learn a new trance ability called Tidal Flame, which you shouldn't ever use. Unfortunately. But yeah, starting off with Steiner 1. Steiner 1 usually needs 1 Zidane attack, or 2 Zidane attacks, or 1 Zidane attack and 2 Marcus attacks. 2 blank attacks, not Marcus. I always mess those two up. You could ATB weight Zidane and blank. What you can do is just hold their ATB while they are attacking, so that Steiner is frozen during the animation, and then they outspeed Steiner. Unfortunately, Sinner didn't get his turn fast enough in order to allow us to do that, so yeah, Steiner got up to the attacks. Really following suit with, how about we give you bad early game RNG, and you are gonna like it. Hey, Arachno. Yeah, moving on to Steiner 2. So yeah, we could like defeat Steiner and the soldiers, but it is just faster to suicide everyone except for Garnet. Which, that one for once went well. They didn't get any attack off, which is like, I mean, 3 seconds per attack. I think 3 seconds is usually a normal attack animation. Which, yeah, it is not that much, but it's nice to at least have something. And then heading directly into Steiner 3, the bomb. So yeah, what I'm trying to do, and I still don't know, to do is to get a bomb skip. So by ATB weighting the bomb, we could have the bomb outspeed Steiner once. So I was waiting extra so that I could push Steiner's turn even more, which in return resulted into Zidane being alive for too long, so that he got an additional text box off. Yeah, I still don't get it. I'm still not really good at it. This run is just a great example of the meme of I need bad early games
in order to get good late games.
Yeah, and then we're ending up here in Evil Forest. So yeah, we force one encounter to get level 2. Which allows us to... Well, Zidane does get trans by... like, as a story trigger. And... yeah, this allows him to not detrans, basically. Which means that this encounter takes less time than other encounters. And just makes the experience that we need for the Sea Lion boss fight a lot nicer. And yeah, so yeah, we can just do not Tidal Flame here. Dagger will die if you do that and your game over. But thanks to the Mage Measure, we can just free energy, Zidane attack, Steiner attack and Zidane attack. With a dagger we'd need to do that on both. And yeah, we free energy first just in case Steiner misses, but that is fortunately not happening. It is very, very rare. I've only seen it once. But yeah, heading to Prison Cage 2. Yeah, so Prison Cage 2, we want to attack with Zidane twice and with Steiner 3 times optimally. If we can do that, then the third turn with Zidane, we can try and steal. Which very often, like if anyone misses, if anyone crits, like if anyone misses, Zidane has to attack. If anyone crits, then, well, we can go for a quick kill. And then sometimes we don't get the common steal, but the uncommon steal. So while the broadsword is nice, we sadly do not always get it. Not even close. In this run though, we do. Which was very neat. And there goes Prison Cage 2. Still not saved. Oh, saving 0.7 seconds. Heck yeah. So yeah, in the shipwreck, there are 3 Aces you can get. So originally I got a lot of, like all 3 Aces and like a lot of cotton ropes and all that. There was the very latest route change, which basically did not, cut out Chocobo Hot and Cold. So we cannot afford that many cotton ropes anymore, and so I do not need to get the Acer from Steiner's room. Still nice if you are unsure though. Like maybe you can, it is better to get another 11 cotton ropes than this run has gotten, and 10, not 11. And that's like 1,300 more gil for the wrists that we buy in Dali, and then another Acer sounds like a good idea again. But yeah. Fighting Baku on level 2 with mage measures, also a very straightforward fight. 3 hits unless you crit. And then we can move on. Yeah, story-wise, it's like, hey, I want to go with Steiner and Vivi, and he is like, no, I don't let you. And now it's like, yep, we won. We are great enough. And so it's time for Evil Forest 2.0. Yeah, recently I've also very often gotten encounters here. Using the mouse, if you see these arrows on screen, that is some spot where I've clicked with a mouse. Because the HD versions have gotten, I think they were originally for iOS even, so tapping on the screen was a more normal thing for those. So instead of analog movement, full directional analog movement, yeah. We got mouse movement, which does help in some screens, and in some it doesn't at all. But yeah, here we've gotten an encounter, which it is just the fast. Even though we have Zidane and we have Lee, it is the fastest to just close out. Close out of the game and go back in, because the chance of getting the encounter again is incredibly low. So this is what we'll do, except for very certain screens in which the encounter rate is just too high, which are Hildegard screen, Hildegard screen, Hildegard screen, Primarilis screen. Yeah, I think those 4. You might notice that is the same, one of them appeared 3 times. But yeah, welcome to Plant Brain, where Zidane just recently always failed to hit himself. Yeah, optimally, so Zidane has to suicide so that Plant Brain switches into phase 2, where it loses half of its HP, so which is the fastest. And yeah, if Zidane doesn't suicide, you have to kill him with Vivi. And in theory, it is possible to ATB wait blank here and get this attack in before Plant Brain attacks. Even though Zidane missing himself has happened a lot to me recently, I have not gotten that ATB wait trick. Also, if you're still here, enjoy your health. But yeah. AoE Thunder, it's a bit annoying, but it is what it is. Not much I can do about it. Reviving Vivi as well, just in case. The only good thing is that, well, Vivi is not blinded now, so if I wanted to suicide Vivi, then I could just do it. Yeah, so Broadsword was nice because then we get a free Iron Sword here for Steiner, which also means one less menu, because else you would have to buy an Iron Sword in Dali, do an extra menu with Steiner. It's frustrating. And here we get 4 plant spiders, which is nice. Immediately paying off that we revive Vivi. So yeah, if you have 2, then Zidane has to be the only one alive in order for him to reach level 3. If it's 3, you keep Steiner alive as well, and at 4 you can just AoE fire everyone with Vivi. I guess you could also... so Steiner's experience is pretty nice. Steiner getting a level is pretty nice in Gardening. So... yes, you could also suicide Steiner with 3 plant spiders and fire all with Vivi, but... it is nice to also have a level on Steiner. Like, early levels in RPGs are just something nice to come by, especially in a game where bosses don't give XP. And yeah, heading over to Ice Cave. Yeah, in the cutscene, in the HD cutscene remover, you can always see the fog. Like, the fog is always at the same spot. Because the creator back then did not... like, you just put at a certain memory value after skipping the cutscene, and they didn't think about that. So if you hold up right, you're just safe. Otherwise, you would like check during the cutscene, see where the cycle is, and then have to react that way. And yeah, walking cleanly through Ice Cave. And now fighting the evil, most evil Black Waltz 1. I mean, Sea Lion. Black Waltz 1 really is just there. The difference between Black Waltz 1 and the other 2 is just... it is hilarious. Not gonna lie. It is hilarious. So yeah, we do get good ATB, so that is nice. We do outspeed Black Waltz 1. We have the Silk Shirt equipped, so we take less damage from Sea Lion's wing attack, but we take more damage from Black Waltz 1's fire attack. So we would really like to see the Blizzard spell. And yeah, especially miserable if you miss on Black Waltz 1, because yeah. We do have to heal at certain spots, but phase 1 is basically do 3 attacks on Black Waltz 1. And then we can go to Sea Lion. Yeah, unfortunately we kind of have to heal here. So yeah, the wing attack deals around like 16, 18, but the blizzard attack deals 32 or 36. So if he had used blizzard there, Zidane would have just died. So yeah, let's see on level 3, Sea Lion is usually a 6-hit. He has 472 HP. Theoretically, you could 5 it, but it basically never happens. So after 2 hits, here, Sea Lion does counter, an extra attack with Blizzara. Which you can see, yay, our HP is once again too low. So we gotta heal again. And yeah, this time it was correct. The time before, we could have survived one more attack because a wing happened. This time it was a blizzard. The problem was that, though, that now that we have done 3 attacks, after the 4th one, he uses Tsunami. Just like Blizzara, additionally. And yeah, I was thinking of healing here, and then got emotional because we were already 1 minute behind. And was risking it because it would just have been an additional attack. And here you can see after Tsunami, we have 32 HP. If this had been a blizzard, death. But yeah, it was a wing, so we potion, and then it's just 2 more attacks. Sometimes you can also hope for trance, like if you see the trance bar below the ATB bar, sometimes you can trance here, and it helps. But yeah, we are still very, very far away from trancing, so that was absolutely not an option. But yeah, it was not spending an extra turn. We are roughly around average, I guess. But to be honest, this Sea Lion split felt really bad, and I was thinking about resetting, but I was like, no. Resetting always puts me in a bad mood. Many of my great PBs have bad early games. Let's just go with it. I had some new strategies coming up, so I also wanted to see how those go. Yeah. So yeah, we just went with it and saw what happened. So yeah, next up is Adali. Where obnoxious kids always run in front of you. But yeah, you like have to visit different spots. Here's a pumpkin patch once. Without cutscene remover, you need to enter this item shop twice, but with once is enough. And then we need to talk to Vivi. And after doing all of that, Dagger is actually in this shop here. Or we can go and buy stuff, because buying stuff is good. Yeah, so we buy 3 feather hats, the iron sword if we didn't steal the broadsword earlier. Jeez, we not want to buy rubber helmets. And a leather wrist if we didn't steal that one from instead of the broadsword, for example. But the leather wrist is like 200. Like, that really doesn't matter. Okay, so yeah, Dali phase 1 complete. Now it's time to find Vivi. But before we do that, we're gonna get this extra item over here. The Ares. Yes. The Ares is one of 13 Stellazio coins. That represents the 13 zodiacs. Yep. Of which we will get a lot. Because Amarant's ability, one of Amarant's ability is called throw. So he wants a lot of weapons, a lot of expensive weapons to throw them in order to deal with enemies quicker. Also, that screen was a little solar chest over there, another ether. If you ever need more money, because ethers sell for a good 1,000, go for it. Yeah. Now that we have saved Vivi, short menu, giving the silk shirt from Zidane to Vivi, so yeah, Vivi is better at surviving Black Worlds 3, and Zidane is better at surviving Black Worlds 2. Which is exactly what we need. And the feather hat is something we would give Dagger later on anyways. Yeah, Again, a small change. In the cutscene remover, you do not need to wait for the old man to come down. Otherwise, you need to wait until he is at the fifth to last step. And we just collect the 2 item chests of like a bit of gil and a high potion. Alright. Coming up next, Black Waltz 2. A very evil boss that I don't know, like, in Amarant Solaran, this fight has always seemed to be cursed. So yeah, step 1, so you can ATB wait Zidane in theory. The question is how much it helps. I still try to do it. And when he reaches over half of his, has taken more than half of his damage. So right now we have dealt around 500 damage. He has 1030 HP, so the next attack he will counter with fire. Unless the character he has last attacked is dead. Which is why I was kinda contemplating doing anything when Steiner was attacked, because Steiner is one of our main damage dealers. And Zidane's ATB wasn't the greatest anyways. So yeah, I waited 1 turn to make sure that at least our ATB is good, and then he killed Vivi, and so we were just able to attack, and that was cool. I see. I didn't even know his name was Morit, but the more you know. I love Twitch Swarm Intelligence. Welcome in. So yeah, even though we waited 1 turn, this was apparently still my fastest Black Waltz 2 since doing actually quite some attempts that have gotten up to this point. But yeah, heading on immediately to the next fight, Black Waltz 3. Who, yeah, like Black Waltz 1 had 229 HP. Black Waltz 2 has 1000, and Black Waltz 3 now has 1100. But yeah, this fight is more of a look. Vivi is cool. Vivi can trance. Strat is pretty basic. You attack. You have to be kind of fast with Zidane's attack, so that he doesn't use any stupid spell when he is down there. But yeah, if you're fast enough, he just goes to the top flying. You can get your attacks in. Flea buffering here a bit in order to cancel some of Vivi's animations. Always doubts it actually works in other cases, but here it does. Queuing up a steal with Zidane, not that you really need it. With the route this time where it was, but it's just a nice backup. Just in case. And then we, yeah. Some people say like sometimes Thunder Sword is faster, sometimes Fire, like I don't even know. Like if Thunder Sword, Fire Sword, whatsoever. I have not started doing that, but I don't know if anything is actually confirmed to be faster in anything. But what is faster though is getting high damage rolls and only needing one of the last 2 fires from Vivi, because that means that we detrans skip. Which is something especially on PC with the low levels, because we, well, barely get encounters. Is very rare, and as you can see, from the bad +1 minute, we are down to +18 seconds after some 2 very nice gold splits. Or rainbow, because rainbows are cool. So yeah, and now it is time for the Lindblom Plot City Part 1. To be fair, the most important part is just selling stuff. Wait, I had so much money with 5 Aces. I didn't even get an extra Ace, did I? I think 5 is the minimum. Yeah, and we still have more than enough money. Yeah, this is what happens when you, like, money routing is always a bit weird, and it works best with experience. But yeah, here we see 1800 gil left. But yeah, so we are buying lots of equipment. We are using that equipment, like some of that normally, and we are also synthesizing an ogre, so that the dun can deal damage. 5 cotton ropes, because the cotton ropes are important, because you take a wrist for 130 gil, a steepled hat for 260 gil, and merge them for 1000 gil. So you have paid 390 gil. And if you sell them, you get 200 gil. So for every cotton rope you make, you save 610 gil. So by making 43 cotton ropes, I haven't done the math completely, but you save like around 25,000 gil. Or not save, make. Flat positive. Yeah, and then we get 2 yellow scarves, which increase your attack, the character's attacks, and teaches bird killer. And also might sell roughly for what we put into it. Now that I think about it, roughly the same. Like you like, what is it? Feather hat, steepled hat is probably around 400. Synthesizing 400, sells for 800. But yeah, most importantly, just what it can do. Yeah, going to the thieves' hideout, to the Dunzo, no one is there. So you do what you always do when you don't know what to do, you just go into the castle. Right? Because that's just how it works. Say hello to Steiner, who is like, Dagger isn't here, where could she be? And then, yeah, we hear her, we know where we have to go, he tells us we are not allowed to go, so rips a guard. Poor guard. He is just having his best time. And now he'll probably get fired. But yeah. His future is... I don't know if anyone ever talks about him. Probably not. But yeah. Now time to visit Dagger. Looking through the telescope. To check out, well, the vast field where we can walk in soon. With all the things you can find. You have to be careful because the range on which you can trigger these events is pretty big. So it definitely happens that you like start mashing too early or holding turbo too early. And then accidentally trigger one of these places where you have already been. But yeah, with that out of the way, it's time for the Festival of the Hunt. Which we are obviously winning. Obviously. I mean, we have 3 people in the crew. So definitely we are gonna win it. Alright. So we are getting to the festival. The most first fight, very, very easy. Nothing that could ever go wrong. I mean, look at it. It's a nice, friendly move. Right? Nothing that could ever go wrong. I mean, we have fought Sea Lion 1v1. What could ever... Yeah, okay. We'll leave it at that. There's just no reason for any speedrun that does not say defeats a Zagnar, like all bosses, to ever go through these 12 minutes that you can't really speed up. And we want Freya to win anyways, because the Coral Ring is way better than money or a card. Absorbing thunder damage is just really nice. But yeah, we're selling our cotton ropes. Only 5 by now, but that is fine. get some healing items and some softs. 2 for synthesizing, 2 for potential random encounters. And then we move on. Nice one, Sleepy. I love that the Switch 2 looks just like the Switch 1. Yeah. Now we're having access to the open mist continent, where there is so much stuff. Like Quina, who we obviously dodge because experience is split among characters and we do not want to trade experience. Also takes time. But we have Chocobo Forest. So yeah, with Zidane and Freya, we did Chocobo Hot and Cold for the stream side, which I also, for the longest time, did here. For the longest time means that was the last route change we did. Also because you can buy Geisel greens and like it is 2 Germinus boots and 4 Aces that you get is like 8,000 gil, together with 2 elixirs, which we also really like, and 3 high potions, which aren't bad. As it turns out, I have gotten way too unlucky way too often though, so besides the 1 minute 45 that it takes to get it, I usually had to dig like another time, which is another minute. So yeah, this was where even running against balance PB, I was expecting to save a lot of time. Because this was a new strat, and yeah, original PB also had a bad Giza Maluk, so... This is where there was definitely a lot of time saved to be here. But yeah, setting up some equipment, equipping all the good new stuff. Coral Ring to Zidane, so that he has Man-Eater and can just one-shot these Black Mages. And yeah, the first fight, which can sometimes feel a bit sketchy, instant ATB on Zidane. Just really nice. And yeah, like, didn't even take any damage really. And yeah, so what I also did before, and what you could do is skip this Black Mage fight here by going back to the soldier, getting a bell, and then dodging it. The downsides of that are that yeah, Zidane is only level 4 instead of level 5 against Giza Maluk, which means he can be one-shot. And Freya doesn't learn antibody against Tantarian. Which is okay, you can do that. Instead you invest 30 seconds roughly into this fight. It's just safer, and as I said earlier, I just wanted a safe run, going with the flow, everything will be fine. So yeah, I'm still not set on what I would want to do, but in this case it was like, hey, let's take the fight. You also get a bit more like just money, experience. It's just, yeah. Unless you really want to risk it, it is completely valid to do that. Also, you can like put Freya to front row and then try to attack Giza Maluk with bows. On level 4, you usually just keep Zidane alone in front row and try to get all the hits you need in with him. So yeah, in the skip cutscene, we are giving the Moogle the Koopa Nuts. Koopa Nuts. Which makes him lift up a very huge bell, because Koopa Nuts gives incredible strength. And yeah, so next up, Giza Maluk. About 3,200 HP. Yeah, it's either 7 Zidane hits or 4 Zidane and 4 Freya hits. But most importantly, unless you are really close to trancing with Zidane, which we are still very far away of, we want to throw a tent, which was a 50% of having a snake in it, which in theory should be a debuff for us. I think the game devs are mostly about it's a debuff for us, so that we don't use it in a fight. But yeah, you can also use it on the enemy and inflict yeah, up to 3 status effects: poison, darkness, and silence. And it's a 50%, but we got it first try, so that was really nice. Obviously, darkness does not mean that Giza Maluk ever stops hitting your characters, because that would be too nice. Yeah. And hey, Kinora. Good to see you. Hope all has been good. Yeah. So as mentioned, Giza Maluk also likes to, sometimes regularly counters physical attacks with a physical attack, and then obviously has its own attacks of physical or water. Water at least does get silenced, so that doesn't matter. Yeah, this fight, I mean, see it yourself. Freya doesn't get to attack because people have to throw potions, because Giza Maluk just hits every attack almost. But we do get lucky. Yeah. No one actually dies. We are fine with just throwing a bunch of potions. And with that, yeah, I mean, an actual bunch. Yeah, you can in theory ATB wait with Sedan, but it is really tough. Like getting 2 attacks in between 2 actual Giza attacks. But it's also not always easy to track which are the actual attacks in between all these counters. This is like Sea Lion likes to be a gatekeeper, but Giza Maluk is definitely the big gatekeeper of this one. In a normal run. Which we are currently still very close to. Like, yeah, we've gotten the Ares Stelazio, we've gotten some more cotton rope, well, some more wrists for later cotton ropes. Not even more cotton ropes, actually less. But that's about it, yeah. Oh, I will see. Huge rainbow. As expected, saving a lot of time, which, yeah, is a given. Yeah, skipping those 8,000 gil mostly means less cotton ropes, but yeah, we can work around that. Yeah, here also for the people that love Romans, Jeff really not interested this time. He is just not having it. But yeah, and with this short intermezzo and the most important question of love or not love in this one, we return to the party. Yeah, I do not know why sometimes I can run forward here and sometimes I can run back. I have to run backwards. I would say usually it's backwards. I do not know why it's sometimes forwards. But yeah, we are heading on to the town of Rain. It could be my hometown. Welcome to Burmecia. First step, we are getting the Cancer Rock. Is another Stelazio, which is just here on the way. Yeah, equipping stuff again for Man-Eater for the soldiers and Protect Girls, which helps with the Beatrix 1 fight. And then entering the one forced fight that we have here. Yeah, so this fight went pretty poorly. Yeah, so usually, again, we try to ATB wait, and here it was like, yeah, okay, so the other Black Mage will get an attack in, and so I don't need to do anything, and then they then just misses. And so, yeah, the rarest seen strategy of killing one with 2 Freya attacks comes into play. 07V. Oh, Zidane actually did not even get minimal experience. That is going to be important for later. Right, yeah. So still a very quick fight. Vivi lost some experience. Didn't matter too much. Reviving him though, of course, because I would say HP doesn't matter against Beatrix 1, but being alive does. Yeah, here you can, in theory, you can also run like in the back of that way in order for it to not crumble. If you just run over it, then, yeah, I mean, you have to in order to unlock the next pass. But we first want to get the Geminus boots on the other side. Especially with us not getting the other two from Chocobo Hot and Cold anymore. Very important to learn Flee and Alert. But also worth 2,000 kills, so. Yeah. And HP plus, actually also HP plus 10%. Just not on Zidane. Zidane can't learn it. But Amarant can later on. So yeah, talking to the soldier, getting the bell. In theory to the left there's also an Ether chest, but the screen is pretty long, so you really don't want to extend your presence on that screen for any more than you have to and risk an encounter. Right, yeah, with that out of the way, making our way through Burmecia. Watching the cutscene where everything falls down, breaks down, so that we can, so that this statue falls and we can actually go to the left side. Yeah, when ruins aren't ruining enough, we need to ruin it even more so that we can proceed. But yeah. And next, a boss fight, which is a menace for Zidane, Freya, and Vivi solo runs. So this is Beatrix 1. 3630 HP, but way more important. But, like, you do not want to try to beat her. Like, her shock attack deals 780 damage. And more. This was just one damage roll. Yeah, the alternative way to end this fight is to survive for 10 turns. But obviously, like, she has what, I think 5 out of 9 attacks she attacks, 2 out of 9 she thunder slashes, and 2 out of 9 she shocks. So shocks happen way too often. So if, yeah, with Freya we can jump over, try to jump over those and only have 4 attacks. With the other 2, that is not an option. Here we see excessive Zidane hate again. Also Zidane blocking for Freya. Cause yeah, as mentioned, yeah, if you time your jump properly, you can basically jump over 2 of these 10 attacks from Beatrix. Therefore making the fight faster and safer. Alright, Sleepy, good night. So yeah, here you can see that we are actually not surviving Zidane, Vivi, because yeah, the strategist after 8 attacks, we jump after a certain amount of time, which is in this case just done by Zidane, by the animation of Zidane suiciding, and then Beatrix does the last 2 attacks as empty attacks, as no one is targetable, and then we're just out. Yeah, we've stolen the Phoenix down, which is a common steal. There's also the uncommon Chainblade and the very rare Mithril Sword. I haven't even gotten the Chainblade in ages, it feels like. The Mithril Sword is a legend. 1 in 256. It basically doesn't exist. With that, we are done with this one and immediately heading into Disc 2. Where, yeah, so this is one of the last 2 places where you can buy steeple tats, so let's do that. Also an Iron Helm, 1 Mithril Glove, because we want to have more money right now to buy steeple tats and create cotton ropes. And yeah, 1 Lean and Cuirass for a gold choker. She will see very soon. Yeah, so the Multina rackets that we got earlier from a chest in the cutscene gives actually some decent damage for the next few fights to Dagger. And Mistral Gloves for Steiner because, yeah, the bird from earlier is back, but he is not flying anymore, so at this point he's only a man. And the Mistral Gloves give Steiner man-eater. So yeah, this is Blackwall's 3-2, the refight. Starting off incredibly bad already. Killing off Marcus before anyone gets an attack in. What you can do is this really tight, but you can ATB wait with Dagger and Marcus. So that they get into attacks in between 2 turns of the enemy. But yeah, I was actually contemplating if freeze happens. Freeze basically makes Steiner like unusable for multiple turns. And probably if this had hit, I would have had to suicide Steiner because Blackwall's 3-2 does not attack Dagger. If only Dagger is alive, it will deal damage to itself. But it didn't, so it wasn't a good fight, but it also could have been way worse. Yeah, with that, we can move on to Trino. Picking up the guild chest over here, because money is always nice. And then start stepping. Yeah, all the way. I didn't get to start stepping yet, I guess. So basically, in every screen and in the world map, the more you run, the higher you increase your chance of getting an encounter. In the world map, what you can do though is stutter stepping, because you only increase it for a fully done step. So if you stutter step and just like triple steps, they do not count as a full step. Like tap 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 tap, and yeah, so you cannot get an encounter in the overworld, or very rarely. Alright, so we are in Trino. First things first, we have to watch the ATE. That gets skipped, but you have to watch it in order to unlock the power belt. And then, because we are aiming for the Stelasios, we are getting both the 2 of them that are available here. If you really wanted to, behind Trino's, there is also Quan's Dwelling. There you could get a 5th one, but it takes too long. It is actually sort of the way that we will never get it. But yeah, so you get one by throwing a bunch of money into the fountain. By that I mean 13 times 10 gil, I believe. And the other one is over here. Absolutely optimal, you do it the other way around. First go right and left, but yeah. We are not counting frames. It is all manipulation for better RNG later on. So yeah, then we can finally deliver our first set of Stelasios. So the first one gives 1000 gil, the second one a Phoenix Pinion, worth another 1000. The third one 2000 gil, and the fourth one, the Ominous Bloodsword. Everyone in the Final Fantasy IX speedrunning community should know about the Bloodsword. It is the greatest meme, meme of the community. Because unfortunately you basically only use it for one fight, so while it is good in that one fight, getting the Stelasios, trading them in and all is just not worth the effort of getting it. But yeah. We are not doing this mainly for the Bloodsword, though it really helps with how our AP will play out, but we are also getting those for the money. Like this money and the money we'll get later on, because we are not done yet. Right, so we talk to this NPC who gives us a power belt, thanks to us having watched the ATE earlier. And we go to the synthesis shop here for the gold choker and more cotton ropes. So yeah, the gold choker does increase, it has multiple things. So first of all, it halves wind damage, which will be important in Disc 3 against Red Dragons. It does teach Auto Potion, which is actually also important, I think. I mean, yeah, we will use that at Red Dragons as well. And then it increases the damage of darkness attacks, which the Blood Sword teaches us the ability called Dark Side, which, yeah, takes some of your HP and turns it into dark damage. So that's nice. Yeah, progressing the story, getting the guild chest over there, and yeah, time for shopping. Yeah, just basically all the stuff there is. Would probably be a bit much to go into each and every one of these items. Notably, we've this time not sold a cotton rope because cotton ropes give +1 magic, and Vivi likes +1 magic. It is just a small tiny boost for an amount of money that we can afford to not have at this moment. So obviously, I mean, we will sell it at some point, just not yet. It's not like we are losing much of a value. So yeah, time to menu. One bandana was for Marcus so that he can actually tank Blizzara from the next boss. Then we just optimize with the Iron Helm we bought upstairs, which, yeah, gives level up to Steiner. It's neat. Means a bit more max HP at places. Nothing big. We traded basically for Insomniac on Bandersnatches and Mistodons. But it means we have more HP on Abaddon. And more damage on Mistodons, probably. So the first one should not be able to be under-damaged anymore. Yeah. Then we head down to Garganru. Yeah, this place... You should never get an encounter in HD here. Like, never, ever. If you are tight on money, you can get the chain plate in a chest here instead of buying it. Just like you could have gotten the Mistral dagger outside of Todd's house. But, yeah, we do not need to drop that low. But yeah, if we would get an encounter, it wouldn't even be the worst. Because, I mean, we have the Blood Sword and we'll need more levels on Steiner very soon anyways, but we usually get them afterwards. But yeah, so this is Ralburava, 2300 HP. Usually 2 attacks from Steiner and one of each of the other 2 with a Blood Sword. Because, yeah, as you can see, while like any percent speedrun is like Power Belt and Mistral Sword, and then we're dealing 500 per hit. No. With the Blood Sword, we're dealing casual 900 to 1000 damage. Only problem is that after using Dark Side once or twice, yeah, Steiner might actually die. So maybe I should have just attacked with a Blood Sword here. Regenerated my HP and made sure to survive, because, yeah. Ralburava killing Dagger first and then Marcus means that there was no chance to actually 3-turn this fight. But, yeah, at the same time, maybe the attack wouldn't have been enough and I would have needed a 4th attack, so who knows. Slightly slow fight, but at least Steiner didn't die. 3 Dark Sides, and this is over. Still faster, like, for a normal fight if you have the Blood Sword. Yeah, anyone else dying also doesn't matter because the enemy just runs away. And we're heading back to our main party. Zidane, Freya, and Vivi now heading off to Clara. Where the evil Kuja has been planning to do things. And welcome everyone from Almagus' stream. I hope you had a nice Disc 4. Yeah, welcome everyone. So I can promise you this is a good run, because, yeah, this is a commentary stream for the YouTubes and for all of you live here now of my Final Fantasy IX solo Amarant challenge, which basically means if Amarant can be in the party, he has to be put into a party. If Amarant is in a battle, everyone else has to die before he can attack the enemy. Otherwise, play as usual. And yeah, so Clara's drunk, we've gotten the magician shoes, we've menued stuff, normal things, just that we give antibody and clear-headed to Vivi, because antibody for Tantarian, clear-headed for Arc. And yeah, on PC, it is just faster to reset if you get a random encounter. It's just like, I haven't checked it this time, but like 17 to 18 seconds. This one maybe, if the ATB would have been good, it would have been better to to kill the encounter with Vivi, but yeah, this is hindsight speaking. I think on average it is still best to just know about. Also here, a very rarely gotten chest, the Needle Fork. Good money and also a really good throwing weapon. Of which I wish we could get one at a later point as well. But another one. I have still not checked it out, so later on there will be the Hildegard 3 screens, which are too long to reset. And you would like to have, like, if you need to, 6 throwing weapons to like 2 shot single ogre encounters, which are by far the most common. Yes, I am done with this Magus. This is commentary. So I do not intend to beat this anytime soon. And yeah, so in order to beat 3, I need 6 weapons. In my current plan, I still only have 5. There are multiple options for the 6th one. I haven't decided on which one yet. But this Needle Fork is one of those 6, and it is really easy to get. So, yeah. And we are shopping here. Partisan weapon upgrade for Freya. Mithril Rod we need later on anyways. For the Brave Suit. But it also teaches Dagger Life, which is good against the undead now that we have 2 elixirs left from not doing Chocobo Hot and Cold. And the Mage's Hat for +1 magic for Vivi and the Fire Spell for Tantarian. Messes up the menus a bit. You could do Tantarian Blizzara, but then you have to focus once more. Yeah, we'll get there. I still like doing that. Yeah, picking up the Geisel Greens, progressing with the story. Picking up the Phoenix Pinion, mostly because if you don't, you get stuck a bit on the NPC. I'm not sure how long. Like, so you take less time than usual to pick it up. I'm not sure how much you actually pick up. But yeah, and after all that is done, we are heading into the Antlion fight. Yeah, what is notable, 3 Blizzaras with Vivi, 0 to 2 break. Well, I mean, I guess. So yeah, if we had that 13-11 hit 3 times, we would be 5 damage off. But usually giving Vivi a cotton rope here means that we need 1 Lancer less. Because that magic point actually matters. Yeah. Otherwise, after 50% of damage taken, Antlion does use Sandstorm. Most notably, which puts everyone's HP very low and blinds them, which both Lancer and Blizzara do not care about. And if needed, you can ATB wait after a Sandstorm, so that even Vivi gets 2 attacks in. But yeah, we didn't need that this time. Very important though if you get a turn 1 Sandstorm, because it doesn't only... It is also native ability. You do not necessarily only see it after 50%. But then it is confirmed to happen. Yeah, this was a very good Antlion fight. Split could have been better if we hadn't gotten the random encounter, but that's it. Yeah, was that out of the way? Small upgrade for Freya, for all the good things. And we can move on and fight lots of Alexandrian soldiers that are trying to take over Clara. If you went to the church now, you could get an emerald that like allows you to do like mostly about haste. And I forgot even. There is some kind of synthesis that you can do with it. But yeah, it's just not needed for us. Picking up another guy's all greens. Again, as we didn't return to Chocobo Forest, we need to pick up all 3 there are. These are the 2 ones that even the any % speedrun gets. And now it is time for this. Yeah, so here you see, this was a bit risky. So in the early fights, both Zidane and Freya can under damage. And 1 under damaging is fine for AP. You lose a bit of XP, but at least you get the AP. If both flee, that would be a problem. Yeah, we also have the power belt open right now, but at least currently, thinking about it right now, I'm resetting almost all random encounters, so I do not know exactly why I care about alert. But we do not need to fight the first 3 encounters with the Germinus boots on Zidane in order to learn alert. Which I'm giving myself the freedom to allow alert on a dead Zidane in the party. I do not allow millionaire on a dead Quina. I do not allow to flee with Zidane if Amarant is in the party, but I do allow alert. So as I just said, we basically reset encounters on almost every screen anyway, so I'm not sure what the impact is right now. But yeah, if you want to confirm a kill, you can attack with VV beforehand or just Blizzaro's VV. Just the ATB didn't really line up that much. But yeah, we had a lot of soldiers fleeing, and yeah, that will bite me a bit. We'll get to that later. But yeah, now we finally have these 3 fights done. We reheal the party and equip the power belt and equip counter. Just in case Zidane gets attacked, he can get a nice sneaky counter in. No MP attacks though, because I mean Zidane already one-shots the enemies. MP attack would just take away our MP. Yeah. So returning to Clara now. Yeah, attacking with Eevee, because sure, Blizzara is slow, but the Black Mage using a spell is even slower. So, yeah. You just gotta take what the RNG gives you. Hey, Divine Fox. Hello, hello. Also, in case I didn't say, yeah, hello everyone from Omega's stream. I'm sure I did, but yeah. But yeah, right now we're just fighting quite a few encounters, but yeah, also a thing where having fought the second encounter in Giza Maluk's Grotto helps. That usually I would say it works that you only need to heal once and only after these 3 fights, because you are like a level higher and have a bit more base HP from the start. So yeah, otherwise, especially if you get unlucky, it could really backfire if you intend on just it has to be like that. But yeah, so here we have some dialogue options of like, do we want to save them? What kind of encounter do we want to run into? And all that. We are saving all of them, basically. which in the first time. So saving the first two is always common. I'm not even sure if you could get a worse encounter, but also the CSR probably only cuts out the cutscenes of like the actually fastest options. But yeah, so saving the priests gives you an Isa and a Phoenix Pinion. Saving the two kids here gives you 2 cards. And saving the mother here, which this is the only one. If you pick another option, it's basically the same time, but you have 2 enemies instead of 3. Which is nice. But you get an elixir, and we really like elixirs. Also, fun fact, we really want to have Vivi be in crit after this fight for Beatrix 2. And ironically, the level up in the last fight increased Vivi's max HP by enough that now he is uncriticable with 49 HP. Which on the other hand meant so less XP for the done. I am noting that, yeah, if you want to know why and how close it was, yeah, stay tuned. Yeah, so we are getting to the pre-Beatrix menu. Healing the other 2 characters, Eastering Vivi. We do not heal Vivi because Freya has... This is even more... Oh my god. Because Freya has covers, so that Vivi is protected. And I just now... I'm so good. Yeah, I just skipped these 5... Like, remember when I said all the good things that you get by saving these people? I just skipped all of those accidentally. So I am missing good cards, 2000 gil, and an elixir. All things that I really, really, really would have liked to have. The fact that I got the yellow scarf. So yeah, and I know why, because my notes say first gets the items, then menu, then gets the yellow scarf. But yeah, for this fight on the upside, so we now do have MP attack, which means that Zidane roughly deals as much damage as Vivi. And that makes this fight a lot nicer. So, optimally, you just attack with both in Vivi Blazara twice, and then she is down. So, actually, in a normal fight, pretty often, you get the Cure Skip, which I would never even advise anyone to go for, and also here not. Like, she got it off because Vivi's ATB wasn't good enough. But yeah, we just smacked her with an additional Zidane attack, so it's fine. Also, really notably, we only just now trans with Zidane. Like, this is such a late first trans. Actually, the latest first trans I have ever seen. Which obviously on PC is more likely to be late because of less random encounters, especially with resetting those. But not even just in Beatrix 2 fight, but at the end of the Beatrix 2 fight. So yeah, kind of a fake rainbow there, because yeah, not picking up the items is not helpful. Yeah, so that's Clara. Also 07 Clara. And hello Edge, welcome to commentary. Yeah, so this is the swinging mini game. Optimally, you can do it like 4 times 1 action, 4 times 2, and 4 times 3, and then get a quick cycle. I have gotten very close. This one was not very close, but I've never actually gotten it. Maybe one day I will ask someone for an emulator save state, and then I will practice it. But yeah, for now I've just been fine with tanking that small time loss. And yeah, most notably, so here you can dodge the guards, but we want to fight one of those, which makes this a lot easier. Also, good morning, Felgem. Do not want to ignore you. So yeah, we can just attack. It can be dangerous if both of them were to Blazara Steiner, he would just die. But it's usually fine. Suiciding markers just to puts the experience all on Steiner. Yeah, the heal is not... It is nice. If we were to get cards, it would actually be a problem. But we've already dodged the first one, so we just need to run in the right direction and we are in no danger at all. So yeah, as mentioned, yeah, we want to fight now Tantarian, the book, the optional boss, for multiple reasons. And for that we need more levels on Steiner. Unless you really want to YOLO it, you need more levels for Steiner. Yeah, having a certain setup with Zidane's equipment. Basically making it that Zidane will deal the right amount of damage. Between 150 and 200. And then Steiner can use minus strike, which deals exactly the amount of HP, amount of damage between actual current HP and max HP. And that is what is needed to open up the book. But yeah. Tantarian, if it is not opened, very often uses an attack called Paper Storm, which deals huge amounts of damage. And yeah. We would like for Steiner to survive that. Vivi will not. Yeah, also putting everyone into back row because of that. Because it is really good. But we do not get Paper Storm, we do get Doom instead. Other attack is Edge, which is a single target physical attack that will just, if it hits, kill whoever is attacked. And yeah, then we can start the fight. So yeah, basic setup is Vivi takes down the book with focusing 5 times, increasing its magical attack, magic stat, I guess it's just, to increase the damage, and then using Fire 5 times. After roughly 5 or 6 turns, the book closes again, which is no problem, because we can just minus strike again. While the book is open, it only spams poison, which is why antibody is such a nice ability. Not that you can't high potion against it, but yeah. I mean, we only have 1 high potion right now. I shouldn't say that it is throwing high potions is an easy thing to do when Zidane also doesn't have antibody. But yeah, there is no risk involved as soon as the book is open. And while Vivi is charging up, as you can, and starting to take down the book, which has 22,000 HP, so it is a lot at this point. Zidane is stealing, because Tantarian has a lot of cool stuff to steal. Commonly the Ether, uncommon is the Elixir, which we really want. As I said, our Elixir count is low, and we just accidentally skipped an encounter, so it is even lower, which I didn't know at that time, but yeah, I will find out. The rare one is a Silver Fog, which is a cool throwing weapon. We are playing Amarant solo. The Silver Fog would be great. And the very rare steal is the Demon's Mail, which, that's just money. And a Druid's Menus. I guess for this one it could probably be fine. You would just sell it in Black Mage Village. No, you would not, because, wait, this is before... No, we do optimize Steiner at points. Yeah. But the Demon's Mail is rare. I have not even really seen the Silver Fog anymore. Also, good morning, Catrip. People cute. So yeah, with that, the first phase is done. For some reason, I also chickened out a lot recently, being like, hey, if I just focus 5 times and Vivi only deals like 4,200 damage, that's only 2,100 times 5, plus 2 Steiner attacks, 400, means 600 are left. But, I mean, if that's the case and you just have to spend another Fire, so be it. But there is also just a chance of high rolling and then it just working. Like, there's no need to preemptively checking out of maybe saving time. yeah. In theory, stealing also loses time once you are starting to use Fyra. Because poison and Fyra are long enough to fill, like, to just go back and forth. But yeah, so this was, as I said, a bit more of a vibe run, not trying to optimize every single thing. And if we would get the Silver Fox, it would just be really nice. Because the Silver Fox is just a really good weapon until this, like through all of Disc 3, you will see them used a lot, or considered a lot at least. Sadly not used a lot because they are very expensive. But yeah, with that, Tantarian has been taken down. We are getting 30 AP, which teaches a lot of abilities, which is important because in Disc 3, starting this, well, end of Disc 2, it's mostly Amarant doing stuff, so the rest of the characters can't really level or learn stuff much anymore. Yeah, in the same note, also lots of XP, which is nice. Also increases Amarant's starting level, which, yeah, this is good. And the running shoes. The running shoes teach auto potion, which somehow has not become relevant, but it teaches auto haste, which allows us to ATB weight lots and lots of more enemies than usual. And really helps in like the low level strategies we are about to do later on. I'm looking at you, Guardian, Yana. Oh. But yeah, so moving on, we've picked up the Ice Brand. The other chest is just a 10 that we get because we can. Only Ethering Steiner. Yeah, elixirs are rare, and if we would have gotten Paper Storm, Steiner would now be in crit, and Freya could cover for Steiner, which is cool. Which didn't happen now, but again, we don't want to elixir anyways, but we do want to Ether to ensure that Steiner's attacks on Beatrix 3 and Tyr. Well, I mean, I guess he always has enough MP for here, but that he has enough MP for MP attack at Beatrix 3. So yeah, these are Zorn and Zorn. After having fought Tantarian, like, usually the 3 melee attacks are good enough to just get the quick kill. If it doesn't, we just queue up Vivi to neutralize the meteorite, but it is so rare that I wouldn't even bother like holding ATB, checking if the damage is good enough and all that, but just letting it run. Was that a bit of Princess Carry, I believe it's called? And we are heading straight for the next fight. Well, I say that. We just have to run up and down this place a bit. Because apparently this very securely built place is basically a playground. Can we just pretend that we have railings? Maybe? Yeah, you also see me like holding a distance. If you are close and you see these exclamation marks pop up, which at least people, there are some people that will like loses frames if you just have them show up and all. It's not like I know if it actually does, but it also doesn't hurt to just skip them. So yeah. Anyways, next up, Beatrix 3. We had a very good first turn. I'm not even bothering attacking with Vivi because Blizzara is such a long animation. But yeah. So Vivi is just here to heal if we need to heal. But with the first turn and Steiner just dealing incredible amounts of damage, it turns out that we even got a quick kill. Like, maybe I should have used this to count damage now, but this must have been really, really close. Like 5,700 HP, 2,000 twice from Steiner, 1,700. It's like, yeah, I mean, I guess Freya 500 times 2 and Zidane 800s and we had 5.8. But yeah. But now Beatrix is finally in our party. I'm still sure I remember that there was a time, like back in the days, that a physical attack could kill, like it's a damage roll. But yeah, it can also miss. So I now like just using Clem Hazard to not miss. Which you can use, especially after fighting Tantarian on just all 3 fights. So yeah. Menuing to, well, basically enable Zidane to almost one-shot the Bandersnatches. And then, yeah. Also having to be careful not be caught by that one while trying to avoid the exclamation mark. Surely that has never happened before. But yeah, first fight is actually not Bandersnatches, this is these Black Mages, which... This might have been the first time in a long time that I actually outsped all 3 of them. Good morning, Java. So yeah, I personally also really prefer to have Dagger alive here, because her leveling up means higher average level, means better for like the people joining Quina, Aiko, Amarant like in succession. One makes the other better. Obviously it does mean so that Zidane again gets less experience. So I would not blame Dagger here. Even though, well, 07, she dead. Yeah, so usually the usual melee strat is Zidane attacks 1. If he under damages by 3, 896 is the 1 damage roll after Tantarians. It does not kill because they have 899. Then you attack with Vivi and Steiner and Dagger attack together. Blizzara itself though also one-shots him. There we see, good old 896. I don't know how many damage rolls there are, but 896 is definitely the most iconic here. I do not know or care about damage rolls in many games for anything. But this one has just stuck. But yeah, revive Dagger again for experience. Noted to myself, I think here, that I should not have attacked with Dagger because I'm pretty sure Vivi has a shorter attack animation after we get another 896. But at the same time, you also really can like, I think personally I would only think that far if I expect 896 to happen again. I definitely did not in that situation, so I was just surprised. I was like, oh no, I did not one-shot again. And yeah, so you just don't care. Just try to get it in as fast as possible. Yeah. Getting back to Beatrix and Freya. Last 2 fights here. First one, Beatrix, very good ATB. And yeah. Then we have a very special fight. I'm not even sure what you can do. I don't think you can do anything differently because we don't really have an option to wake up Beatrix. But yeah, here in the last moment, you see Beatrix being put to sleep. It's like, yeah, like there are like old or other strats with like Freya in back row and the javelin, so you could attack Freya with Beatrix with Freya. So yeah, now we just have to attack with Steiner and Freya and be like, I guess that's it. I actually don't know if remedies even work against sleep. Sleep is... I don't know. I mean, it probably should. Like, if it is just Freya and Beatrix, where it usually happens, I just jump with Freya, and then usually Beatrix has to get attacked, and then usually she wakes up that way, but with Steiner and Freya, that's just not an option. Yeah, also I did heal there. I tend to be scared, but I somehow thought that a physical attack could deal over 300 taking down Zidane. Yeah. Turns out, as we will see, it didn't. But yeah. Ralvo Imago, thanks to... If you're wondering why we have auto haste on Vivi, yes, thanks to auto haste on Vivi, we can ATB wait this boss now with Vivi. Make sure that it doesn't get another attack in. But yeah, Zidane only took like 100, so even a crit would not have dealt 300. But yeah, losing some time because, I mean, that fight with Beatrix was definitely slow. Low rolling Bandersnatches with Zidane twice also doesn't help. But yeah. All in all, normal FF9 RNG. This split can also go like completely out of hand. I say that 25 seconds feels a lot. But it's just FF9 being FF9. So yeah, here we have remove side quests of like Joseph and FF2. I don't know. I don't care. We just go. Bye-bye. If I ever do Dagger solo challenge, I might have to actually check into what is up with this. But yeah. So yeah, going back to Lindblooms, they have first screen holding a bit to the left to not trigger an extra cutscene. And then we can synthesize a bit. And by a bit, I mean we have fought a lot of soldiers and Bandersnatches, so we have 22,000, and we can create lots of cotton rooms. In this case 15, because we don't have any more steeple tabs left. But yeah, we are also skipping this chop. Usually what you would buy here is a Mistral Helm. That, yeah, if we would need it, it's mostly like Antibody Insomniac for Tantarian and Bandersnatches. And the Adamant Vest for Bird Killer on Zidane and more defense. But yeah, we'll just get the Adamant Vest in Black Mage Village. There's not even any AP to be gotten until then anyways. Because, yeah, Lani runs away. She doesn't actually count as defeated. So, yeah, we can just skip that. Now it's frog catching. If you're fast, you can run to the back. If you somehow mess up your movement, you can just go to the lower side of the... and wait for that frog. And give that frog to Quina and say, "Hello, Quina!" Who, thanks to fighting Tantarian and Dagger not dying, is level 13, so we do not need to equip a headgear. Quina on level 13 just tanks AoE waters. Which is basically what you're most afraid of in the Lani fight. Yeah, also, I think it's called Armadillo. Yeah, small cutscene. I think in all bosses you have to like encounter it and flee afterwards, but it's not like you can, like even if you defeat it, it's not like it actually disappears or anything. So it is in a bit of a weird spot. But yeah, just need to be sure to not get caught when we are heading into the Lani fight. Yeah, there were old strats, like back in Tantarian days, there were people who used the Ogre and did not since the Exploder, but we want the Exploder as a throwing weapon. Generally, 3 attacks with the Exploder and 2 Blizzaras. With the Ogre it would be 3 Blizzaras, so it's roughly even. If you would steal a Silver Fork and equip it to Quina, which also means you need to unequip it at some point, you could try and deal fancy damage with Quina, but you might all remember Sinner with this hammer, who are basically who have the same damage formula. The damage the Silver Fork can deal here is very, very random. Like somewhere in between being actually helpful and not being helpful at all. But yeah, the normal fight is just 3 attacks plus 2 Blizzaras. In the right order, because after she's lost half her HP, she counters physical attacks. Yeah, this fight is a bit slow because thanks for the scan. scan is just a pretty long animation, but yeah, I mean, we didn't get scammed by any random encounters. It really should never happen in these areas on PC. And we can just move on through Fossil Rue. What is there to say about Fossil Rue? Yeah, we basically run from A to B, putting up switches. In series, there are a lot of cool items. Like, if after this you run down, not the screen, the one after. Can you go left? No, I don't think so. So if you go down here and take the Gargan first, I think they're called Gargans, you could get fairy earrings. If we were ever tight on money, that would be an option. But yeah, we immediately go to, well, turn on the switch that will not go to the fairy earrings, but to the actual endpoint, because, I mean, you can see it also takes a while to go through these animations and traveling with the Gargan. Yeah, for that we just need to run back and forth. What else can we get? Lamia's Tiara. All things that you can get in Black Mage Village. But if you like want to do a I don't know, a challenge in which you don't spend money, which is really cool for the most part, because this game does give you a lot of things for free, then those might be options. That chest that you see there is only an Ether as far as I know, so we do not care about that. In general, with how much we are throwing weapons and all, Ethers, we're definitely selling more Ethers than actually using them for MP replenishment. Amarant is pretty good and self-sustaining for most of it. But yeah, there's also somewhere a minigame where you can get a Maduin's ring, which is pretty valuable. But again, more for the casual part. What I did get at some point was the still skin. So still skins all over the world sell like decent stuff for a very cheap price. Like, for example, here we spent like, I think 666 gil for an Ether, a Phoenix Pinion, and a Remedy. And I think the main thought was actually to get the Remedy this way and just make some more money. But yeah, because somehow I managed to actually meet that Remedy in one of my first like routing playthroughs. I don't know anymore how. But yeah, it happened. I did manage to realize later that I usually don't, so I skipped it again. But yeah, there are several still skins that at least are very good in money value and sometimes also have good items that you need. I'll manage to later on as well. Mention. Manage. So yeah, here in the screen you have to be a bit careful because yeah, these faces can shoot water at you if you are like at the wrong height and push you down back into the water. Like this one. But this time it is okay. Because we want to go that way. Yeah, the screen is feels a bit very sketchy, so I like to use mouse movement on it. And just have the game move the screen for me. Because, yeah, it definitely knows the geometry of that screen better than I do. And with that, we have managed to leave Fossil Rue without getting scammed by an encounter. I like also how there's like apparently about 40 seconds of cutscenes, which I believe is all Lani. It's all Lani crying after the fight that she got defeated. 07 Lani. From now on, she will only appear in some ATEs that we will not watch. But yeah, So we were able to run a bit during the first part in the overworld because apparently you can run while like the text is in the way. I'm not sure how consistent it is, but at least you can run for some parts here. And then we are getting to the Chocobo track, sorting the menu to make selling easier, even though we're not selling a lot. But we at least know where it is then. And yeah, heading over to Corner Patty. Rally ho! Getting the first guild chest, ignoring the second guild chest because there's less in there. And money is not as tight anymore. Skipping the diamond, finally. So yeah, in that thing in the middle, there's a diamond. It always feels weird getting there. Usually used to learn Distract and Body Temp. The thing is that Amarant cannot learn Distract. And yeah, for Body Temp, we use something else. And yeah, also, welcome to Cliffhall. It is kind of random, but if you get lucky, you can, yeah, go through the cliff at that one corner. Worked out well. I don't know. I haven't really practiced it, but it works on console as well as on HD. And at least here on HD, I've had pretty successful attempts on the very few attempts I have done for now. Also, they are very early encounter. I was scared of actually getting a second one even. You can get 0 on PC, it shouldn't be too bad, but I've frequently always gotten 1. But at least we got a quick flee, so that was nice. And we also did not get punished with, oh, I mean, what can I say punished? With mouse movement, because this is not the best screen for 8 directional. Kinda do perfect movement. But yeah, Black Mage Village. So we pick up the elixir, sell cotton ropes, and then buy a bunch of stuff. Buying a Gladius here could be an option for the 6 throwing weapons for the ogres I was talking about. The Gladius has 30 attack power. For example, the Exploder has 31, so it is... The Exploder can under damage, so the Gladius can even more a bit. It should be fine, but I was just taking it opportunistic and be like, I would not get an encounter on all 3 screens. What a foreshadowing that was. So yeah, I bought 11 high potions here just in case. Because my potion count was very low on potions and high potions. Usually, like originally my idea was to even sell potions here, but yeah, no, not with the amount of 1 high potion I have left. Yeah, picking up in Bobby Corwin's hut, the Geisel Greens, the 3rd one that we need in this 4. You usually don't see. Picking up the Virgo Stelazio, you also usually don't see. Sadly, you can't do when you get there to talk to Vivi because he automatically triggers a cutscene. And then afterwards we go into the Synthesis shop. If we had gone here earlier, we would see a cutscene with Dagger. So, yeah. And then we sense all the good stuff. A coral ring, fairy earrings, a rune tooth, desert boots. So yeah, one by one. Coral ring, a second one. Absorbs thunder damage. So that Quinna and Steiner will have one. For example, on Abaddon. The fairy earrings. I mentioned body temp. The fairy earrings give body temp and level up. And we also profit from the level up. Then we have desert boots. Creating desert boots, just like cotton ropes, gives you extra money. Like creating them costs less than selling them afterwards. And also they have earth damage, which is good for the next Hilgigas boss. Then we have, well, the rune tooth, which, I mean, it's a nice weapon. It's just a weapon upgrade for Zidane. And then we have more cotton ropes for all the cotton ropes. I mean, I say all. There was a time where I went like for like 81 or 83 better. Well, now we're at 43. So probably 53 could be possible. Or should be better. But yeah. With that, back to Contemplatty. Zidane and Dagger having a fake marriage. Quinn and Vivi are also marrying in our hearts. We did skip that, but it definitely happened. And then we move on and meet the second to last character. Hello, Aiko. Yeah. I want to apologize for to everyone who raided. I did not rename Aiko. I did not follow the memes. What can I say? There is no excuse. Yeah. So the stilt skin over here that you saw, the green guy, sells you a magic tag, which removes the undead status if we were to get it later on. Which can be helpful. Usually it shouldn't be needed, but I also wouldn't blame anyone to take it just for safety purposes. Again, it's not like we're losing money. Just a bit of time. And yeah, then we're heading to Hillgigas after some short menuing where we just get the newest stuff. So yeah, the strat for Hillgigas. So apparently you attack with, for turn 1 you attack with the Zen spell with Vivi, in case Zidane crits. Second turn you attack with Vivi and then Zidane, so that when he drops below 50% with Zidane's attack, he will already have had his ATB full and queued up an attack. Otherwise he would use Kiraga, which is just annoying because it heals for a lot, and wastes our time. And then in the third turn we attack with Zidane, and then use Drain, if it is needed. After having fought Tantarian, it might not even be needed. Usually you see Blizzara strats, like using Blizzara 3 times instead. The main reason why we are not doing it is not actually because I want to be like, hey, Drain strat is faster, because it really barely matters. The actual reason is that Vivi needs the Oak Staff in order to suicide once Amarant is in the party. But yeah, Dagger surviving, like, surviving only really matters for these two. I do not care about Dagger, she doesn't even get Desert Shoes. Aiko did tank the first turn, which was all that really matters. Aiko is our main healer, so if Aiko dies turn 1, that can be a bit annoying. But even then, I guess just Dagger could throw a Phoenix down on Aiko, and then we're good. But yeah, pretty straightforward fight. Bio takes a bit longer than Blizzara, but Drain does skip the death animation, where he just falls over and on his back. So yeah, equipping the fairy earrings so that Zidane gets level up, because yeah, this will be very soon the last experience Zidane is gonna get for the whole game. And he will have to not be alone later on, for example, where he has to, well, do his things, for which levels would be nice. But yeah, heading to Mada and Zari, just doing plot things basically, running back and forth, watching ATE, talking to Vivi, going to Aiko's hut so that the Moogle tells us, hey, look at our cool walls, and picking up Dagger. Looking at the wall, and yeah, we're doing this in a lot faster time than a normal run because we have a cutscene. But we are also picking up the Libra Stellazio here at the back of the fountain. That is actually new, fancy, and different. Yeah, picking up the pot, giving Aiko the pot, trying to move out, and then we can move on. Yes, Mada Zari is not one of my favorite places. Story-wise, at least. Alright, Felgen. Hope work will be nice. Oh no. So yeah, everyone watching, do not get distracted by cat emotes in chat. There is definitely nothing going on with cat emotes in chat. So yeah, next stop is Aoife Tree. Who doesn't know the Aoife Tree? The place where you can get a lot of encounters, or not. Also a lot of undeads. If you ever were to do Ico solo challenge, once you've gotten past Hilgigas, it would be nice, I think. Because, well, here white mages can actually grind very well. Hey Chris. But yeah, so you always have these 4 screens, most notably for being reasonably short. And we also have to traverse them when we come back. Also notably, because it still doesn't mean that you can't get encounters here. This is probably the screen where encounters are the most common, because it's pretty long. But yeah, not this time. Yeah, the screen is also a bit weird geometries. If you immediately click into the middle, he will actually be stuck. So this is why we first need to run a bit to the left, because we can't do that. Alright, Ryu, take care. Okay, then we are taking these screens here. Also, I didn't mention, yeah, we did not body slam the wall. I love the option of body slam, it is so out of character. Or, I mean, it's obviously not true. But yeah. Also, with that, actually 0 encounters Aoife Tree. We love to see it. We love to see it. Okay, so now we are at the place where forced encounters happen. This is where I really like to have alert on, because yeah, you do not want to like be back attacked and then Zidane can't kill anyone and all your mages that should be in back row are suddenly in front row. This is the one encounter where even on HD I'm like, no, you really like alert here. But we have only gotten 2, which again means less experience for Zidane. And yeah, also less AP. So he hasn't learned Bird Killer yet, which means that we can't equip the Brigandine. Or he hasn't learned Bird Killer after this fight, but needs to have the Adamant Vest on for the Soul Cage fight, which is fine. Just an additional menu. Not, yeah. Nothing crucial anymore. He has learned most of the important things and he doesn't learn anything afterwards. Anyways, so yeah. Yeah, we barely weren't fast enough. See Dagger casting Life Soul, which we've gotten equipped the Mithra Rod on her for. Picking up the Elixir, optimizing here already, so that the power belt goes on. Equipping counter and MP attack for the Amarant fight. And only now the Brigandine. And then we head into Soul Cage. And yeah, as I mentioned, so yeah, this was the last amount of experience Zidane has gotten. And I noticed, wait a second, his HP is not where it's supposed to be. I'm not sure when exactly I noticed it, but relatively soon. Because his HP is at 750 and not at 789, I believe it's usually. But yeah, I also didn't notice yet that I hacked up before Beatrix 2, because I threw an elixir here. So this is the only elixir I usually want to give myself, because yeah, you don't, like, if you can avoid it, like, watching level 5 deaths or shockwave, like, especially level 5 deaths, it's such a long animation. Waiting for other characters just in case could really take a long time. If we run out of elixirs though, yeah. For the Amarant section, he will have to like Phoenix down plus attack, which obviously is also very uncool. But yeah, for Soul Cage, I want to say if it happens that only Vivi or Zidane has a good ATB, then I would be down for it. But yeah, in hindsight, probably should have risked it. But I didn't notice at that point because, yeah, you get a random elixir from Soul Cage, you get another elixir here, so I wasn't sure where my elixir count should be, even though it did feel off. But yeah, as I said, equipping the Brigandine afterwards, because more defense for the Amarant fight, very important. In theory, you could also, instead of the power belt, equip the running shoes. Then you don't have counter, but auto haste. You can do that if you actually had gotten the level I was talking about, because auto haste is 1 mana stone more, which we this time do not have. Yeah. That way you basically have less variance, at least. Like, if you just trigger 1 counter, you usually also get it in, like, 2 Amarant phases. But yeah, if you equip auto haste, you will always get it. Cause yeah, the first time you always get 1 in. Then Amarant jumps around. When he is on the right pillar, you could attack him, but then he counters for quite a bit of damage. So unless you counter the first attack, I would refrain doing it from the immediately. And yeah, so here now the second phase, with auto haste you would get in 4 attacks, without you only get in 2. But again, if we just would have gotten any counter, we could also still do the final hit once he is jumping around at the back. I wasn't sure anymore if I needed to heal, so I just went for it because it was still 2 hits left, so I wouldn't attack anyways. But yeah, this is like bad RNG. I mean, I guess he could crit or do something even worse, but yeah. Usually, even with counter, you get like the 2-phase fight. But yeah, if you don't get lucky ever and never see a counter, yeah, what can you do? At least we got the damage rolls of like 5 times 1800 damage for the 9000 HP that he has. Yeah, with that Amarant is defeated, and finally we can start the part where Amarant solo actually becomes Amarant solo. Almost 2 hours in, and Amarant finally joins the party. But yeah. Well, everything might have seemed normal until now, or close to normal. Amarant will bring his own flair to the fights coming up. Most importantly, like, there is a certain mana stone glitch. If you see here, he is level 14, it has 23 mana stones. He's probably level 14 because Zidane is missing a level, by the way, else he would be 15. I love it. But yeah, just by exiting and reloading, he now has 25 mana stones. So like, it is said that if characters join at high levels, they might lose mana stones. Why it is fixed on this version by just going in and out, I do not know. I also don't know if you could, like, do it later by resetting on a random encounter that you don't want. I did not test it because that would be very extensive. I'm just very happy that it works like way, and it is very easy to show off and bring attention to. So yeah, something I would even advise like casual players to probably do. If they feel like, hey, I am lacking a magic zone, let's just check if that works. Because as a casual player, you probably have even higher level. Yeah. So we're equipping a bunch of stuff so that the characters can better suicide. I say can. I'm looking at you, Aiko. You know what you're doing. I should maybe try and watch if she can get a better weapon, but I don't know if it actually exists. And we are not stealing the fairy fruit from Hilgigas. I know what you want to tell me. It's not gonna happen. Yeah, so we are keeping Amarant and back row for safety. Like, if you want to go with like buying poison knuckles, which is very expensive, doing all the attack buffing things, you still have damage rolls and you are in front row. What we are gonna do on these Mastodon fights now is just throw elixirs, basically. Just that I realized that I only have five? I don't even have 4. My elixir count was criminally low, at least. Yeah. Which also allows us to equip the Brigandine, which gives ability up. Yeah. We have otherwise we have Insomniac, Bandana for Insomniac and Strength. Jamina's Boots for HP plus 10%. Yeah, Brigandine for ability up. And the Glass Armlet for antibody. Yeah, there you saw Aiko just refusing to suicide. That's a theme, unfortunately. I guess there it would be better if she had lower level. Huh. But yeah, I realized, oh no. My elixir count is, yeah, we had 4 elixirs. And you get in between 4 and 7 Mastodons here. So yeah, if I had gotten the one before Beatrix 2 and not used one on Soul Cage, we would have had 6. Which is, I want to say, I mean, if anything goes wrong, sure. If you actually get 7, throw a Phoenix down and an attack on the last one. Who even cares at that point? But yeah, with 4, I decided, hey, it's looking pretty good there. Let's just use a Phoenix down. I know, I did it here. Never mind. So that I at least have 1 elixir in case I get both for the first one, in case I get a random, like, yeah, I get both encounters on the trunk. Because these 3 are always the same. Like, you always get 2 into 1, and then, yeah, 1 or 2 encounters of 1 or 2 Mastodons. Yeah, using all my potions here to heal, and then we're running. And running. But yeah, as it turns out, being preemptively safe though, triggers the game into giving you the good RNG. So this is the only Mastodon we saw. If I would have bet on only getting this one Mastodon, we would surely have gotten more. Like, surely. So yeah, we spent 1 additional turn, but we got like very, very lucky. And yeah, with that, we are done with disc 2. Well, after this lengthy, you can even menu once you see the enemy coming in and heal them, but it is close. Yeah, this is where we encounter the CSR break of 5 minutes. But we do not need this break in this video. So we can immediately move on, and yeah, so the basic talk was when I realized, well, I don't have the elixirs, that I definitely also didn't get the cards. So I just went ahead and checked my cards and realized, oh my god, yes, these cards are bad. So I went with a backup strat that I used to do a lot in the past, in the old times of my world record, which I probably still consider that they should be more consistent, but you have to delete all your cards first. So it basically gives you the handicap of having already lost the first card game. But yeah, first things first. Since we did less cotton ropes, we can already finish our cotton ropes. Do the synthesis shop here. Getting the Angel Blast and the last cotton ropes. Yeah, if you were to get 10 more, you would have to do it in Lindblom after the card tournament, but like any percent speedrunners have starting doing it here now because it's supposedly faster. I do not know by how much. I can't imagine it being a lot. Yeah. No, he gets a opinion in the card because it's not in a chest, so it's not even the normal 3 seconds. Getting the opinion and the money in that screen there because we still had to wait anyways. And then we're ignoring everything here, which is opinion and East and a lapis lazuli. But we are going to the left here. For, I don't know how people should ever find that without a guide. But for the Leo Stellazio, you also have to get it now. You'll never be able to come back here again. It's great. But yeah, Isa and Phoenix Pinion take too much time. Lapis Lazuli, we only need one. It's a tough one because this one does not have a chest, while the other one, if you get it in that time, an NPC will come closer to you. So I'm not sure which one is actually faster. Yeah, so what you can do if you do not have, if you have less than 5 cards, Todd will fill up your card pool with the given set of cards, like Dragonfly Cerberus, Cactor, I forgot one, and most notably the Save the Queen card, which is the strongest one, and you only get it if you had 0 cards before that. So it's not like you really want to, for example, save the Remove card if you got it from Tantarian. Because then you save the Remove card for the Save the Queen card. Like, no. But yeah, especially the Save the Queen card with 4 or up, somewhere between 4 and 6 attack. Really strong card. Yeah. First we deliver 3 more Stellasios that we've gotten for 15,000 gil and an elixir. We do not need that many elixirs anymore. The most we needed them for the undead there, but it's still nice to have, and we will still use a few. Also obviously buying a few goblin cards so that we have like some neutral card in the middle with arrows that we can like trade on. And yeah, so we're checking the cards. The goblins were all kind of not good. Yeah, now we have Cerberus, Cactua. Oh yeah, Ocho, I forgot. All like 2 or 3 arrows. I would like to have at least 3 on the non-goblin. The goblin should have as many as possible. Yeah. The Cactua are known for having huge physical defense. And yeah, then you saw this fight and it was like, oh no. Oh no, things are going weird. But yeah, we do have the Save the Queen card at least. Yeah, he was like, what are we doing? I guess we're fighting this, and then, yeah, we just somehow made it. No good card drop to take, but we take the improved goblin, I guess. And then just we try. So yeah, the first one also doesn't have the greatest cards. The second one can have... that one can have some cards. Yeah, also you can play with a mouse, which is a bit faster if you know what you're doing. Not that I dislike mouse play in general, but switching back and forth between mouse and keyboard and controller is a bit weird. Yeah, also you can see like, so you have 2 cards on top there. If you take one, they will just be taken back. So that's kind of annoying. And here we have like, yay, 2 horned beetles with good arrows. Like, horned beetle is already the strongest one he can have. And yeah, so after that, we got lucky. After the Save the Queen got beaten. Yeah, I was just... I could have won if I had tried to fight 2 attack with 4 defense, but yeah, I was like, if we can just go out with a draw, I am fine. Like, I don't know which card he will take, but if I lose my Save the Queen, this is gonna be really bad. Yeah. So we're going into a draw. And getting in a battle that's a lot nicer. Also, not against 2 horned beetles with 4 arrows. Yeah, and then we get to the final game, where we are fighting basically the king. I mean, obviously Sailor Erin, who is playing lots of Oglops cards. Who would have thought? as King Oglop, which are known for having bad magical defense and better physical, but I mean, in the eyes of the Save the Queen, who even cares? But yeah, as it turns out, yeah, I just lost every battle, and then I was like, oh my god. And here we see why Save the Queen is an amazing card, and no one should ever question Todd strats. Casually winning 3 fights in a row. So yeah, the last game doesn't need to be won, but if you win, you get a rebirth ring. Otherwise, we would need to spend a lot of money to get one later on. Yeah. Small mini game. First order to the third pair, then you just smash in order to get angel earrings, which sell for 10k. And then we get to Steiner and Beatrix. Praise Beatrix for giving us all the cool stuff. And then we do running shoe strat, because why not? It's not like Steiner needs to learn anything, really. Also, hey Hippie, welcome to the commentary stream. I hope I won't need luck today. This is just, well, for the YouTubes and for all of you who enjoy commentary ones. Yeah, so here you can dodge 2 Mastodon fights. The first one was actually kind of close. If you do the long way that I do, you have a lot more leeway. But yeah, if I hadn't, I would have definitely been caught. So the second one, there are 2 options. You can like hover over, like look at your position running right into the fence and then hold left. Or you just, well, just hold walk and then turbo stutter down. If you have like a turbo controller. On HD it can be a bit more sketchy having the right setting. On console it is very consistent. The setting I have just works, so that makes it easy. And having gotten the third fight very nice, and having had level up before, like there is no need to even heal in between. Oh yeah, no, solo Amarant was actually community voted in the best Final Fantasy IX fashion. I had chat vote with channel points, like giving votes for several characters, where Amarant wasn't that great, but let's say he got 10% of all votes. And then I had a wheel in which Amarant had, it wasn't even 10, it was less. But let's just, for the sake of argument, say 10% of the wheel, and then we spun a wheel, and then the wheel said this little small Amarant section is that one. Let me assure you, the Vivi section was a lot bigger, but in the end, RNG decided the small value wins. It is basically the same RNG as a card game. It was very hilarious. Do I have it here? Probably not. But yeah. Yeah, we just here fight a lot of Mastodons back to back. Mist fortunately did not put anyone to sleep. I do remember in the past that with auto haste, Steiner was able to outspeed a Mastodon here. Like in that final fight, I do not know how. Like I am not able to recreate that. I couldn't do, like, apparently level up alone is not what I need. But yeah, very good segment. Like, didn't need to heal. No one got slapped. We were able to use full life instead of life, which can also miss, but has a slightly shorter animation. So yeah, just in general, a good segment. And yeah, then we have... Then it is time for plot and more plot. So yeah, my take on FF9 Remake is FF9 really doesn't need a remake. For some games, I would be fine with a cool remaster, like FF12 got. I love FF12 Zodiac Age. And I think FF9 definitely falls into that category. I don't even think that like 3D, like a real 3D environment is something I want to see most in FF9. I want to see Estar or Ultimisia's castle in HD. That would be a thing. But yeah. Yeah. For story, we are cutting blank short. Have to talk to the soldier so that we know that we are expected and let in. And yeah, very important also, which is easy to miss in CSR, we do not immediately try to go into Lindblom City. We first need to go back to the bedroom where Dagger is. Very important. That is a mistake I have done the most, and it costs like 30 seconds. That I mean 2 or 3 times. It's, yeah. With cutscenes that would never happen, because you know that, hey, Dagger is missing, you're reading a bit of the story while playing. But yeah. But yeah, now that we have done that, we can finally go get some potions and, well, do some shoppings and get Mostalazios. Yeah, I mean, I still want to trust Square in making games, but I would also expect nowadays that the creation of games is decided by money. And what they think will bring them the most amount of money. So yeah. So in hindsight, I would... So yeah, first things first, we are buying a coral sword here. In hindsight, I would also sell all my items here again instead of oilware. And you will see why. I was checking... Oh yeah, I think Nico told me that he was able to buy something that he forgot in here, but I think he meant Alex... Definitely not in here. But yeah, anyways, we're getting the Sagittarius here now. It is not available in this 2 yet. Got the potion, and then we have 2 more potions over in the theater district. And as I mentioned, the lapis. Yeah, I have not played Kleopsky yet, but I would say what made Final Fantasy for me back in the days was that they always tried to invent something new. And that I hope that that essence... I haven't played like all of the action RPGs, but I hope that that essence does not get lost. And yeah, so here by picking up the lapis, you see the painter come closer to you. Maybe that is fast. I mean, I guess you can only find out by counting frames. Yeah. Getting the last potion, and now we can go back to the castle. Plot City, almost done after 5 minutes instead of 30. Okay, maybe 25, but you know what I mean. But yeah, I don't know. I definitely like all the ones up till 13 series. 15 also has its own charm. I haven't played the ones after yet, really. So I still do refrain from judging. Also, the king is now not less than Oglob, but also Frog. I mean, putting together 2 random potions is... yeah. I don't know who would think that, what is it, an unusual potion, a strange potion, and whatever the other potion is together and just drinking them would ever help you, but go ahead. But yeah, now we can finally move on. And have Amarant in our party. For longer. Also not played Persona type games yet. Mostly because they are too long and I'm afraid. But yeah. Notably here, Amarant should be put into the party because Amarant solo. There's no other reason. So there is no advantage. It's more like, well, if you get a random encounter, then you need to have Amarant in the party so that we can play the whole Amarant game. If you were just not to do it and then flee with Zidane, that would be an unfair advantage. So here we are. Ironically, the only real encounter we are talking about is a ragtime. Alright, no worries. And we have a bit of story downtime. And believe me, if this was not commentary, we could yap about that all day without even requiring to think. I have no problem running a game and talking with chat at the same time. So yeah. The difficulty there is that if you have a place and a chocobo, like... I am not sure. Like, I might be overly careful, but the game really likes to always choose the option that you don't want. But moving in a forest after more than 20 seconds on the overworld means that ragtimer can appear even if you start a step. Which are these guys that have like questions and then you have to hit right or wrong and big jingle and all that. There's nothing wrong with story if I can talk about the story. But usually the story takes longer than I take to explain it. But yeah, we have moved to Black Mage Village, gotten a short update, met Bobby Corwin, even though it was skipped. Shoutouts to Bobby Corwin, the best FF9 character. My personal favorite. He is like, yo, move on. Go a bit further, say you'll meet Kuja. And yeah, then we are getting to the scene that every good Final Fantasy must have, which is being caught in a prison. Nice. So yeah, and we are picking our team for Oilware. Vivi, Aiko, and Amarant. I don't know why. I like, it's not like I'm forcing myself to bring the solo character to Oilware, because in my opinion, like, you can only be there in one or another. Like, just because you would choose a character to not go to Oilware means you choose actively that they are going to Desert Palace. But Amarant solo against Valley Apira also felt really miserable. Like, it would optimally be faster, but Amarant had real issues tanking that. So it would probably only work if I like got a reflect ring, of which I still don't know what the value is, honestly, in a solo character challenge. I know others who like get it all the time in Disc 2 immediately, though, even in the auction house, but yeah. Yeah. So I said Hildegard one screen. If we got an ogre there, we could just throw Needlefork and an exploder, suicide the others, be done with it. because trying to manually flee and pray is just a bad strat. But we didn't get an encounter, so that was neat. Then sorting the inventory again in order to sell, well, to know where everything is in order to sell it better. And getting the chocobo. I mean, I like Kuja more, I guess, because I see Kuja's raison d'etre more. Kefka is just there to create chaos. Kefka never seemed to have a raison d'etre. So, yeah. Alright, so yeah, welcome to Oilware. Where we are selling lots and lots of things. In order to buy lots and lots of silver fox and have lots and lots of monies. There's the reason why even in a speedrun, you like if you on console, you like to spend all your money here because, well, fleeing from encounters here costs a lot of money. Here it's really more like we have to do it at some point, and I didn't need to do it earlier. We're getting a bunch of stuff, including 6 silver fox, which you can see lots of money being paid. There's just one problem with doing the shopping here, which is if you get an encounter in the screen, you are doomed. Now, if you would have gotten a single ogre, I could have just done the Hildegard one, like, I could have just pretended it was Hildegard 1, thrown 2 items, and then be happy with it, but it was 2. And so, yeah, I just prayed and fled, and yeah. Like, I could have extended this, but it's like by defending with Amarant here, by not fleeing while they're attacking, which I'm trying to do here now at the end, but yeah. This is after the early game, which lost me like a minute. The first actually major time loss and trolling. And as you can see, the enter Oilware is a 2:18:37, and we are basically reloading exactly at that spot. So we have just lost a bit over 2 minutes. Like, yeah, almost 2 minutes, 2 minutes 10 seconds. We have to do the whole shopping again. So yeah, definitely a change for whoever picks that up. Sell your stuff in Lindblom, just in case. It makes resetting the screen a lot nicer, because sure, you would still have to rebuy the things, but I want to say going through your whole inventory here and selling stuff is definitely the most important. Also, sadly, the Bloodshot is not strong enough to actually throw it. But yeah, otherwise buying Magic Racket for Garnet to maybe cast Berserk, Trident for Freya to deal more damage, Dark Hat for Quina to negate ice damage, I think. Green Beret ability up, Gold Helm, Synthesis. Picking up the Rising Sun as one of those still not 6 throwing weapons I was talking about. I guess having skipped the first one, we only need 4 and we have to explode as an ice brand, but yeah, I mean, it's not a big deal. On the other hand, that means I can like sell a needle fork for 1,800 later on. So yeah, still picking up lots of cool stuff in here. Praise FF9 for giving us all the good stuffs. And then we activate these holograms. You have to do it in the order from top to bottom. So yeah, and also once you pick up the power vest, we can menu just in case we get an epitaph. We shouldn't, but just in case, we could use a soft on it and just take the AP from there. Would give So we need to fight one encounter, like one ogre in Hildegard 2 and 3 or 3 in order to get ability up. Oh, I guess the encounters here don't actually matter for that. Huh. Okay, then it is... Then forget what I said. We would just reset these encounters. Sometimes you just need to talk about things and clear your mind and realize that some things you might have thought about are just wrong. But yeah, I mean, you have to menu at some point, so... yeah. Final chest, Sagaya gear. Yeah, you can see. I mean, we are losing time already because we've lost over 2 minutes due to that stupid double ogre encounter. But yeah, Arc. Surprisingly, we are using... I mean, we don't have access to auto regen yet, and we are not using auto potion even. Well, usually Arc is like, oh my god, I take so much damage from everything. Yeah, we just... Amarant just doesn't. I'm not even sure why. Also, we want to suicide very quickly, because if this happens, yeah. Now Amarant has to waste his precious turn in order to kill off Sedan, because he doesn't have clear-headed. That's great. Would I allow to give it to... I mean, yeah, but I don't want to buy an extra item just for that. And now we are using 5 items. I mean, you can see here, Whirlwind 100 damage. Oh my goodness. We don't even have a gold choke or anything. But yeah. So basically, we're counting damage. Silver Fox deal up to 5,000 damage. So you just throw 4 of them and count if we are how much we have lost every time. In case maybe to even throw a 5th one, or to throw a diamond sword or an exploder. So there is, yeah, 1 ability though, which is Photon. So yeah, there's 4 abilities. Boomerang, a decent physical damage, AoE like 250 I think on him. Propeller Wind, which is just AoE confusion, which is a free turn. Whirlwind 100, and then Photon here, which reduces HP to 1. So since we needed 2 more turns, we have to use a high potion. So yeah, usually you would see people throw elixirs here, but you really take so non-damage from anything that a high potion is just enough. Especially if you also don't want to waste them and see Photon happening again. So yeah, and after 4 Silver Fox, decision was made. It's gonna be the Diamond Sword. I think Exploder could have also been fine is what I thought, but yeah, after having been photoned and not only having 1 HP, you really don't want to take any risks. 3,100 is also very low. So yeah, now we're equipping Egoist Armlet, Lapis Lazuli. Important in that order, because otherwise we do not have level up equipped anymore. From the Fairy Earrings to the Egoist Armlet. And yeah, that is the Arc segment. Losing basically the amount of time we lost to the double ogre encounter. Yeah, ironically, in Disc 3, it is just not ever worse, like for the most part worse, to buy the actual weapon for one fight when you can just buy throwing weapons instead. It is just cheaper. Yeah, so here we, in the peekaboo minigame, we fail successfully 5 times, so we unlock easy mode and do not have any fast turnarounds. A bit of an investment, but there are very few runners that actually risk it and immediately go for it. As far as I know, still to this point. Also hope you're doing well, truly. Yeah. Was a pretty good peekaboo though. Putting the normal weights on, and then now we can go. If you like use menu buffering, you can actually glitch through to the left side and do not need to do peekaboo minigame. I might or might not do that when I root every time. Turn on high speed because then it's even easier, and just not practice peekaboo. But yeah, so Desert Palace, you can get a lot of sneaky items in here, which also decrease the power of the boss. The first one is a Promise Ring, which negates his elemental absorptions, which is important because the Coral Sword is Thunder Elemental. And I have once, for some reason, thought that it would be fine, realized that it was not, and then I needed to kill him with Bio Sword and Reflected Bios. You wouldn't believe how much time, elixirs, and Aethers that cost. Yeah, it was very sad. Then I'm cutting the screen here, just in case if I get an encounter, I can reset without having to do the whole minigame here again. The item you get here is the anklet. You pick that one up if you lose a card tournament. The anklet is one of the two things you need in order to synthesize the rebirth ring. Yeah, then we have here the shield armor. So shield armor also increases, like this bloodstone also increases the physical defense of Valia Pira. So since we want to use physical attacks from Steiner and Freya, that one has to go. Yeah, then short menuing. I mean, I say short. Give all the stuff to Quina. Yeah, Millionaire gives like, I think almost 4,000 gil just from that boss. Yeah, I realized that Freya had man-eater and I didn't know why. Can't tell right now. And yeah, then we move on. I just went back and forth so that I do not need to do the menu again. Yeah, otherwise items you can get from Bloodstones are the Enkai Armlet, which is good defense. Also AoE water, but we're not using spells in this fight here this time. The Black Hood to have fire and lightning attacks and teach accuracy plus to Zidane. And the Venetia shield, which I think for us, I mean, it teaches autofloat and counter and gives strength, but it is only just for synthesis. But yeah, instead of like lighting all the candles to get these items, we'll just instead spend 10,000 gil in order to buy all 3 items after this dungeon. Praise be the money. Hey, Knight. Yeah, I mean, that would be a thing for sure. So yeah, here on the left side, it's a Venetia shield if you light both candles. Here on the right, it is the Black Hood. And on the screen before at the top, it's the Enkai Armlet, which we skipped. Definitely saves quite a bit of time though, skipping those 3. So definitely optimum. And yeah, so Valia Pira, after a lot of essaying, has 12,000 HP. Steiner deals like 2k, Freya 1k, and well, Steiner would deal 3k if Dagger ever successfully berserks him. But also Steiner has auto haste, so he can get in 2 attacks in between, like in between 2 of the enemy attacks. But yeah, I mean, even in any percent speedruns, we do get the magic racket for berserk, but it just keeps missing so often that I'm not even sure anymore if it is worth it. So yeah, for both, Dagger might just not be able to concentrate. And second, Berserk might just miss. And somehow it is always Berserk missing even. Like, Dagger not concentrating would even be a fast missing. You know? But yeah. On top of that, we have a nice turn 1 miss. It's amazing. So we only have 3k at the beginning. I forgot, does that mean... No, I think my math was... Yeah, no, my math is that we need 9,000, and even if I hit Berserk now, we still don't win this turn. Also, shoutouts to Freya's transbar, which is incredibly close to transing. It will never happen because... I think this is second to last. I guess. But yeah, I'm still surprised. Yeah, by that math, this shouldn't have been over yet, but I guess the hundreds of damage, like 200, is actually what made it go down now already. Obviously, missing with Steiner was not the greatest idea, though. So, kinda slow, but we didn't get a random encounter, which is the most important part. And yeah, then we have a sneaky little menu, unequipping the shield armor so that Steiner's actually able to suicide, and giving the coral ring to Quina because that's what Quina needs for Earth Guardian in order to absorb lightning damage. Then we move on to the main party. So yeah, now we get to the point where here in the screen where we go twice, we need one single ogre in order to later on be able to learn accuracy plus on Amarant. If we were to get one in both of them, we would learn it immediately and could equip the power belt on Enthusiast, which would mean a better strength grow and just more strength on him, so we can just always use the Silver Fork. Pretty sure at least. Otherwise, the Silver Fork is a damage roll. Yeah, as it turned out though, we didn't get an encounter in Hildegard 2 either. Which means, well, I mean, which is good, but now we are getting to Hildegard 3. And need, well, a single ogre. Which is common. It's like 80% single ogre, 10% double grimlocks, 10% double ogre. And as you can see, we are also not getting an encounter here in Hildegard 3, so I have to run around in a circle in order to force an encounter. It's amazing. And obviously it had to happen what had to happen, which is that we get a double ogre again. So this time though was having, I mean, we got lots of weapons in order to kill up to, well, only 2 ogres, but we do have the weapons to do so. So yeah, it does take some time, but this time like, okay, this is how you want to play, I'm gonna do it. Unfortunately though, while 1 ogre gives 2 AP, so 2 times 1 ogre gives 4, which is what we would need to learn accuracy plus. A 2 ogre encounter only gives 3. So it is not even helpful in that regard. It only gives a bit more experience, which really doesn't matter in a solo character challenge. Like, ogres are fine when we are doing any percent runs because everyone is low leveled, but we have already gotten all the Mistodon experience onto Amarant. We will get all the Red Dragon experience onto Amarant, and especially in comparison to those, like, the experience here is kind of negligible. But yeah, we're using Exploder Rising Sun and Exploder Ice Brand. Maybe, I don't know if the Ice Brand or the Needle Fox sell for, like, they almost sell for the same. Yeah, Trouble is actually good in solo character runs because you give some of the damage you take to your party members who are dead anyways. So Trouble is actually not something to be afraid of. But yeah, so after that, extended single ogre battle. We are heading off to Estogaza. After some more stuttering. Back in the old days, people ran here with a chocobo. I don't think it's faster, but it was a good time. And yeah. So here is a shop that is very important. We'll be buying, well, some of the stuff. So we have an Enkai armlet. We have 12 Rising Suns, because as mentioned, throwing weapons. We have an Octagon Rod, Black Hood, Venetia Shield, and some vaccines. And then on the back we have a Wing Edge, which is an amazing throwing weapon. Yeah. The Octagon Rod is mostly for Tahaka, because you can use Firaga with it. If you play casually, buy the Octagon Rod. It absorbs wind damage and uses Blizzaga, which is exactly what is needed for the next boss. Like, they are forcing Vivi into your party for a reason. They could have just given you the Octagon Rod, honestly. Yeah, we're picking up some money here, but anyways. We also buy 3 vaccines, because we do want the AP from Melty Gemini. Amarant actually, yeah, Amarant does not exist in like the Earth Guardian fight, obviously, or the Tahaka fight. So while AP is very important in the first place, it is especially important for Amarant here. But I would guess that especially with how long the Melty Gemini fight takes, you basically want to vaccine every character that gets here. I say, not knowing how important AP would be for the mages. Yeah, so this screen is very evil and has quite a high encounter rate, but we also really can't properly, like, my attempts trying to flee from these encounters have also been bad. So I just reset, but yeah, the equipment we get there is a golden hairpin, which teaches Amarant auto regen and is just super important for learning auto regen and just for having auto regen instead of auto potion on Melty. So yeah, we really want that item. Running over here for another Wing Edge. And then, yeah, actually not doing much here. We're just equipping the Gold Choker to halve the wind damage and not be potentially one-shot by Twisters. And to learn Auto Potion. And take off Clear-Headed, because Clear-Headed is only for Arc and Necron. But yeah, Red Dragons, 8000 HP. Very straightforward battle. We are throwing a Rising Sun, of which we've bought 12. 2 for these 2 and 10 for Melty. And depending on the damage rolls, we can throw a Silver Fork, or we have to throw a Wing Edge. Like, these animations and Auto Potion take so long, you really don't want to fight halfsies. Like, requires 3 turns to beat them. Obviously waiting first that everyone is dead, because we do not have accuracy plus and cannot confirm anything. And yeah, then we just go and start throwing out the big guns. Obviously, yeah, it is really just Twister. Having to auto push on 65 damage does feel miserable. But yeah, no, Red Dragons are very dangerous and should not be underestimated. Yeah, 3200 is just too low. Silver Fork should have, according to what I've seen, a minimal damage roll of 4600. So we need the Rising Sun to deal 3000. Oh, we really want the Rising Sun to deal 3400. Otherwise, a Wing Edge it is. Yeah, so balancing between Silver Fox and Wing Edges is like... basically will carry us through the rest of Disc 3 now. Yeah, so going again. Losing time already because of the random encounter and because of the double ogre. Especially because of the double ogre. So yeah. 3,500 Rising Sun, barely enough. So that we can throw in another Silver Fork. Which, yeah. No, 5,000 is actually a good roll. Or an average roll. But yeah, that's Red Dragons. How is this still 30 seconds time saved overbalanced? Okay. Balanced PB doing its thing. Yeah, so equipping the Lapis Lazuli in order to learn Accuracy Plus. The Golden Hairpin in order to learn and use Auto Regen. And also, yeah, not use Auto Potion anymore. Because while very nice to keep people healthy, also pretty slow. And then we are going into, yeah, the slowest of the fights here. Melty. Yeah. Melty, the thing is that throwing also deals more damage against flying enemies. And Melty is just also not even flying. Yeah, now we have to like try to suicide. It's So I have a friend, Lara, who made a mod actually in which people would automatically suicide, and the reason I'm not doing it is because it would just actually make it easier. I really appreciate the sentiment and all, but like the difficulty of actually setting up, like suiciding the party is part of the strategy. But yeah, Melty only uses one viral smoke, so we can vaccine that once and be sure to be done with it. She, is it she, is it they? I don't even know. I mean, it's on and so on somehow. They have 24,348 HP, which basically means we are roughly calculating 10 Rising Sun throws. And see if it is enough. A Wing Edge could deal about as much damage as 2 Rising Suns to save a turn. I would most importantly do that if we trance, because then it would be 3. Because of another 50% damage boost. We actually have really good damage rolls here. So I was thinking of throwing a Silver Fork if I wanted to be opportunistic to use a weakest throwing weapon to save a turn. In the end, I just decided against it and just play it safe, just chill, keep your resources, and yeah, have fun. And just, yeah, be happy that 10 Rising Suns are enough. It's not like I'm ever planning to do anything else with them. But yeah, I was also kind of hoping to trance, not gonna lie, but in this run, the trance bars just kept on, like, you saw how late Zidane's first trance happened, so there was no Shell Dragon trance to be had. That was the only one. Freya also super close to trancing, never gonna happen. I mean, yes, Amarant is gonna trance, but yeah, you can see I was wondering, should I? I'm like, nah. We're just throwing the last 2. Like, this fight is consistent enough for what it is. Like, the maximum wing crit damage is 750 if it crits. So, thanks to us being in back row, just imagine in front row it would be 1,500. That would be a lot more difficult to handle. But yeah. With that, we're just out. Definitely one of the bosses which is easier but takes longer in a solo character run. And yeah, with that being done, time for the most hilarious menu of all. So we are heading to Ibsen's castle. And everyone knows that Amarant does not join into Ibsen's castle, but I mean, he can be in the party right now, so we can. Also, you should just only go forwards. Go forwards. Don't press left. Like, you need to press very slightly left at the very end. But just seeing how often I even tapped left in order to, like, hope to tap left less. Yeah, and this time actually resulted in me completely I don't even know where it is. I'm not sure what I did. I just know that I hit left way too many times. I was like, where the heck did I just now? Like, I know it is at the top of this continent, but I somehow managed to just completely... Yeah, it turns out I just didn't go far enough, actually. Huh. So yeah, that was a small time loss. That was embarrassing. I have never done that before, and I hope I will learn for now, finally, that I should just never press any direction here. But yeah, now Amarant leaves, and we can put in Freya, and we head into the castle. First things first, more Stalasios. Welcome, Aquarius. And then more shopping. So we're getting the red hat for Vivi, the Gaia gear for Earth Guardian, and Diamond helmets so that Steiner and Freya also learn accuracy plus. Like, they never learn it, but they will just keep the Diamond helmets forever. Yeah, so the red hat increases fire damage, so Vivi will wear it on Tahaka in order to deal more fire damage. And it also teaches Amarant MP attack later on. Yeah, also random encounter. Yay! It happens. I want to say, like, very often the odds are very low, but it's like, if you on 30 screens have a 10% chance, then on average you will still get 3 encounters. And that is average, or expected value. Wait a second. How did we get the last level? From 750 to 789? And I remember, no, it is not 789 that we want 856. Usually we have 856 here. But now I actually don't know where the last level came from. Huh. Intriguing. Because I'm pretty sure it was 750 against Amarant. Oh. I will definitely check that at some point. But yeah, definitely the important part is 856 is it? We'll get to that in the enthusiast fight. Anyways, so yeah, we are equipping stuff on the characters. Vivi's equipment lines up perfectly if we first optimize it in somehow. Otherwise, yeah, really not much happening. We're using the usual strat of poisoning with Soulblade on the Rune Tooth on the Zidane, Fire-Augering on Vivi, and because I just don't know how... I mean, so we don't have enough money to buy a Flame Saber just in order to have like a 10% chance to inflict heat. Steals are usually not successful anyways, so I'm doing my old and trusted 2 turns fight strat. That includes Soulblade, Fire-Auger, Sword. Which, yeah, we are taking ourselves the option of maybe stealing the Ori or getting a heat kill. But for the fight itself, it is the fastest option. Fire-Auger Sword... So Fire-Auger Sword is mostly for the animation time. But also, ironically, so in Ibsen's castle, your damage is supposed to be stronger if you have weaker weapons equipped, right? So if you attack with a broadsword, it deals more damage than if you equip with a coral sword. But if you Fire-Auger Sword with a broadsword, you deal less damage than if you Fire-Auger Sword with a coral sword. Then again, this Tahaka only curled and opened and never refused to do anything, and when it's curled, Fire-Auger Sword doesn't deal damage. But yeah, I have actually never seen that. Tahaka not attacking was also definitely not on my bingo card. But yeah, very smooth fight, losing a bit of time because of the encounter, but with that, we can move on. And yeah, so menu time, probably in the next screen. So yeah, I like to choose small screens to menu just so that I run into less danger to having to do them again. Yeah, Vivi has done his job. Good job, Vivi. So you could unequip all of those. Then we re-equip the Angel Bless and the guy and equip a Gaia gear, and then I accidentally optimized, so auto haste was gone, and I had to recheck if everything I have equipped is actually right. Yeah, and we already unequipped Freya stuff, because Freya will only have to do something in the enthusiast fight, and for that equipment doesn't matter anyways. Except for Diamond Helmet, we want her to hit. Yeah, then we sort the items for the brand battle menu and move on. Also, yes, you might have realized, so in any percent speedruns, Zidane has a lot more HP and usually uses auto regen. Like, I think 1400. This Zidane has a lot less HP, so we are not using auto regen, we are using auto potion. Which also means we are not using a ribbon, we are using the Black Hood. It is not as good, but at least it also allows us to equip the running shoes, which teach auto haste and auto potion. 1 to ATB weight Earth Guardian, and yeah, 1 to just heal. Alright, good luck with the car. Hope you will get it solved quickly. Alright, and yeah, now we're heading to Earth Guardian. Actually, normal party. Yeah, it also works out, like you might have, like, remember, I think Freya solo challenge, we like went with these 4 characters and went around, did like whale zombie in order to get some experience. Yeah, with Tantarian, we barely have enough to make it through this all. Because Amarant did not grab any of the, like, really any of the Disc 2 experience. And also we have auto haste. Freya solo also does not have any chance in beating Tantarian, ever. It's not happening. But yeah, so Earth Guardian has a bit more than 20,000 HP. Once you have dealt 75% of damage, you can eat Earth Guardian with Quinna. That is a neat thing about Earth Guardian. So with our level, instead of any percent, we want 6 times 2,600 damage, or we want 7 times 2,250 damage. And this fight can go from a very smooth 4-turn, I guess even 3-turn if you get the first attack, to this. Or let's just say this early part is an appetizer for what could happen. Yeah. Because obviously also when Zidane is in crit, auto potion doesn't really do much because you need to survive an attack for auto potion to trigger. So here was actually like, okay, you either Earthshake me now because both have Gaia Gears equipped, or I will just reset because I have not gained anything yet. But Earthquake happened and we were just able to move on for now. Yeah, ATB weight in order to get 2 attacks in. Seeing a very low roll. Also, yeah, as I said, we are level low, which I'm pretty sure also is a reason why every single damage roll we will see, I think except for the last one, is below those 2,225. Yeah. So in theory, it should be difficult to die because the only AoE attack he has is Earthquake. Quina defense in order to increase, like, if Quina gets physically attacked, Quina would have more evasion. But that's about it. So yeah, here we see how the Black Hood works. Sundaga only dealing 450, or 490, and 450 being healed. So then we ATB wait for hit number 5 and 6. And yeah, already seeing like all these damage rolls, which are all below 2,200. Like, okay, we need 8 attacks. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, Quina absorbs thunder, negates ice. Quina is not good for fire damage. So yeah, we have to revive yet another time and another time. So yeah, optimally you don't need to revive at all and can just run through. This time we needed to revive 4 times, and that is why we did lose a bit. But yeah, getting another Earthquake when we can. Attack once. There's the first good damage roll. Heck yeah. Not enough. Attack and eat. And that's Earth Guardian. Still a minute lost. That's just the RNG that is there, but I like just fighting one encounter for experience would easily also cost a minute. Just for comparison. So, and we now lost a minute by being reasonably unlucky. Of course, you can be even more unlucky, but you could also be lucky. Like, it is not uncommon to just run through. So yeah, and with that, we're heading off to Brand Ball. Still a solid lead, but nothing is confirmed. Also because I was running against Balance PB and did not know what Balanced PB would actually do to my disc 4 splits. Because my actual PB lost 4 minutes on Marilus and everything was great. But yeah, we had some other runs with like bad Necrons or not so good Tiamats. Or I think also Lich Death? I'm not sure. But yeah, picking up the Demon's Fest. And now it's shopping time. And yeah, when I say 10 more cotton ropes might be a thing, yeah, so something. Maybe also shopping in Pandemonium again and not getting 3 Bistro Fox already. Yeah, usually I get the Wing Edge also after the shopping, because now it's just in the way when we are selling, but yeah. So I just realized that, so you basically need to sell everything you don't need now. You don't need anymore. Which obviously is kind of an annoying, like, quote-unquote list to have in your head. Also because I need to do that multiple times. And yeah, what you need at one point might be different to what you need at another point. And also my notes didn't have how much money I actually need. Just sell everything and finish with Aces if you need more. Yeah, as it turned out, we did need to sell Aces. So yeah, here we buy 3 Bistro Fox. Might also just be easier to buy those afterwards. Yeah, I also realized that I have way too not enough money, and I might have scrolled through a page somewhere of stuff that is left to be sold. Because, yeah, scrolling works in a bit weird ways sometimes. Yeah, and I was like, 6.1, okay, we need to sell 4 Ethers. Which is fine if you actually knew, if I actually knew what I was doing. We will not have an Ether problem, actually. Originally, like, older roots also bought the Corone here, but we can buy the Corone in disc 4. So that is completely fine. Yeah, if you lose a card tournament, you also want to have another 2,222 gil. Exit the shop and re-enter the shop so that still skin appears, and he will sell you a diamond. And diamond and anklet then in Daguerreo in disc 4 will make you a rebirth ring, which will be very important. But yeah, menuing, very important. Forgetting that is not fun. Especially for Amarant, usually when I forgot it, I usually was able to make it like now or even a bit later when Zidane is in the party, but Amarant will not be. Yeah, basically giving Amarant strength equipment for the level up. Maybe we should I'm still not sure. I'm still torn. There is a scenario in which a golden hairpin could be used better, but we'll get to that in around 5 minutes. Maybe 10. Since the bosses here all take 2 minutes each. But yeah, Zidane on the other hand, like Ori for the weapon upgrade, Adamant Hat in order to negate lightning damage and because it gives the most magic defense. And the power vest so that it actually deals enough damage. So yeah, and running after Garland for a while. It is time for Yana music and the 3 boss fights. So yeah, first off is Enthusiast, and Enthusiast deals somewhere between 630 and 900 damage in steps of 30. So you can see 900, 870, 840, and 810 will kill us now. So we have a 40% chance to just die. Usually with 856 HP, it would only be a 20% chance to die. So this is pretty massive. That being said, this damage roll would have just killed us anyways. But yeah, I was really not happy about it, but at this point there was also nothing that could have been done. And we just had to risk it. Yeah, the Gaia gear would give you more magic defense. I'm not sure how much that would help, but also it increases the damage we deal. And that might mean that Zidane and Freya do not deal the necessary 5,500 damage. Yeah. Also for this damage roll, like 39 left now. If Bio had poisoned, we would have had to ATP wait in order for the potion to be in time before the poison ticks. Which is why I just did that. So yeah, not safe yet. But if he just decides to counter horn into normal horn before Freya gets her attack, I have died to that. That's not good, but it's also nothing else that can be done. But yeah, phase 1 done. Enthusiast is not even trying, so Freya can just use her trident. And then I'm using a wing edge to securely finish this fight off. Yeah, with all the levels that we have gotten, like, we do not need to buy a bistro fork or anything. Hey, Penguin. No, he actually just faints because This is because Amarant forces him to. Amarant's presence makes everyone faint. And yeah, so second is Abaddon. Abaddon is, in theory, the actual worst boss fight of the three here. Yeah, so Sundaga could have been ignored. High Wind, with the levels from the Iron Helm now, High Wind is not a damage roll anymore. But yeah, I decided to defend here because, yeah, the third attack is Blade and defend increases our evasion. If second High Wind happens, we just die. If Sundaga happens, we absorb it. After 2 attacks, Zidane appears. If you get really lucky, you can get into Zidane attacks before Abaddon gets in 1 and immediately win, but not this fight. Yeah, if High Wind happens, especially with 789, I think it's also not a damage roll anymore, but fortunately Abaddon was kind and used Sandaga, so we're just done. Steiner is also not good in suiciding because he has a Coral Sword equipped and the Coral Ring. But Zidane only has 1 fight more to go. And I would say it is not that important against Shell Dragon. But yeah, as you might not have seen, but just like against Earth Guardian, we actually don't use auto regen, we do use auto potion. Because we still don't have HP. And yeah, that helps us to kind of stay alive. Ironically, yeah, the values are the same as in the any % speedrun, just that our values are so low that we are immediately at the spot of do nothing and do not get into the please flee. Actually, this would have already been defended clean. But yeah, I was like, I want to play it a bit risky after the first turn, and now after the second turn I was like, we have already tanked through 2 turns, so we are closer to a potential smash happening, which sets us to 1 HP. And I think turn 3 smash is the fastest we can get. So yeah, and now Dagger comes to the rescue. Well, she heals us. And yeah, I have not found the energy or the braveness to try and cast Berserk here. Zidane needs 4 to 5 attacks usually to take down the almost 11,000 HP. But yeah, you can also ATB wait again. Experience doesn't matter. This is their last fight. After that, it is truly only about Amarant. No story coming in the way. Or did I say 4 attacks? Yeah, I was thinking there about suiciding for whatever reason. Oh yeah, right, because then I don't need to suicide with Freya afterwards. Oh yeah, so it was 4 with a crit. But hey. And welcome, Beaker! Thanks for the raid. I hope you had a fantastic FF9 run. But yeah, and now he goes down. It was ironic that the crit was actually the one that really low rolled. I'm sorry to hear that. FF9 can be so rude sometimes. But yeah, now we are unequipping everything again except the Diamond Helm, because when Steiner has to suicide, he should not miss himself. Yeah, we keep Dagger instead of Freya if Dagger has 0 HP. And yeah, short menu, Yellow Scarf for Bird Killer. We still need Bird Killer, Power Wrist for Power Vest for damage, and Gold Hairpin for auto regen, which is very important, and we really need to learn it now, before the next boss gauntlet. We need to equip the Adamant Head here, and we need auto regen for it. No other way around it. Nothing else teaches us auto regen. And I'm so sorry to hear that. I have had a stream of that recently too. It is just so not fun. So yeah, so it's better to take a step back, take a break, come back stronger at another day. So yeah, what that means is that we now need to grind with Amarant in here. And Amarant has exactly one enemy that he is good against, and that is Abaddons. And the best chance to get Abaddons are 2 screens with a very low encounter rate. One of those being this here, which have a 50% chance of Abaddon and a 50% chance of Malboro. So Malboros, as Malboros do, are very bad. Usually don't lead to anything good. Since they are not flying, we need more resources to defeat them if we even can. And they do not give 4 AP but 3. So we do need one Malboro and 1 Abaddon in order to learn auto regen. If we had equipped the golden hairpin on Amdusias, we would be fine with 2 Malboros. But besides the fact that we are talking about a 25% chance, we are also talking about an enemy that most of the time I'm not even able to defeat because they will use attacks like Bad Breath or just kill me. Especially the first one, when we are still lower leveled, usually is a problem. So yeah, Malboro has 11,500 HP, so you can see Silverfog here didn't deal enough. Not Silver, Bistrofog even. That we need more than 2. And it absorbed, so that also healed its HP. And that is good. If it flies, I think it has to absorb. Yeah. Actually, in this situation, I could have just... I actually threw the Silverfog. I could have just attacked. I realized too late. We are in back row, but with trance, attacking should be good. We are not missing so much. Yeah, I wish we would have tranced early in the fight. That would have actually helped. But yeah. So in theory, it's like, okay, so we got a Malboro, but we did defeat it. Now all we need is an Abaddon and the second screen. Right? That's a 50-50. Abaddon is like 2 throwing weapons, like a Bistrofog and a Silverfog, or Bistrofog and a Wing Edge, and we are good. Yeah, again, the screen was a low encounter rate, so it is the next one here, which is kind of big. So yeah, big screens, they compensated with lower encounter rate. Yeah. So remember when we got scammed by the 2 ogres? That was cutting it really close. Yeah, yeah. But also I kind of don't want to reset, and in theory want to try, because forcing encounters also takes a while. And I had several attempts in which the first one was a Malboro, and then I, fortunately up to that point, always got an Abaddon in the second one, if I managed to defeat it, that is. Very often I also just got Bad Breath, and that's it. And yeah, as you can see, like, this is a pretty long screen, but we also have to go through a lot of teleporter action. But you also don't want to force an encounter early and then, like, waste steps that you could have taken otherwise. I mean, it was kind of calculated, but there's also nothing you could do otherwise. It's not like you would go and heal or anything. But yeah. And here we have Malboro number 1. And here we have Bad Breath. So yeah, I was thinking of, hey, let's suicide so that I can, like, reset the game faster. Because closing the game usually was a task manager, because that's just faster. It's slower than just suiciding, but yeah, Bad Breath hits you with all the bad status effects, and like mini and blind and like slow. You can't even suicide if you wanted to. So yeah, that was one bad Marlboro. And yeah, just to note, yes, it wouldn't have helped me learn auto regen, but also we wouldn't even have been able to beat it. Like, Bad Breath is just, you will not beat it. Yeah, so here we are again, picking up the battle boots again, which we need for synthesizing in disc 4. Or... should be the bracer. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a bracer. Which is a very pivotal piece of equipment. So yeah, moving up here again. Trying to force an encounter, which again, yeah. It feels ironic that the version that has a low encounter rate really has trouble forcing encounters when they need it to. But yeah, and then we get another Malboro. And another bad breath. Just to rub it in. There you see, like, even if we hit 43 damage. I'm not even sure why I tried to run from this, because it's not like running does anything. I think I was just coping. That maybe I could just run around in a place and that would be faster, but yeah. And I did already check, so these two Malboros lost me around 3.5 minutes. Yeah, which is pretty easy to check because I have to do the whole screen again. So yeah, we had 2 minutes from the ogres, we have 3.5 here, and we have a bit of execution, I guess. But yeah, these are like definitely the two most trolly time losses in the run. Cause yeah, spoilers. This is still a good run, and we did get an Abaddon now after more tries. But yeah, sometimes the coin just always just flips tails 3 times in a row. That's just how the odds are. As I said, trying to work around worst case is... yeah, it's not fun. Like, maybe you could buy... what do you even do with those bistro forks? Like, one of the things also that, like, as I said, we have gotten a lot less cotton ropes. Most of it is just because I have taken out the option of throwing weapons at Silver Dragon. You can save like 1.5 turns, I would say. Like, you can make Silver Dragon a 3-turn fight, I guess, and save throwing an MP healing item that way instead of a 4 to 5-turn fight by throwing weapons. But yeah, I mean, if we say we are throwing 3 Bistro Forks, that means spending another 30,000 gil. So... now saying it like that, it sounds almost like something I would want to do. But... yeah, we need to save money somewhere. And currently, that is where we'll save that money. But yeah. So this is Abaddon, very straightforward. He can also use virus flies so that we would have to vaccine once, but there's no danger at all, and everything is good. Yeah. Then it's menu time. We equip the Adamant Hat in order to negate thunder damage and have high magic defense. Demon's Vest for locomotion, which is against stop. And the power belt just to have more damage. Honestly, there is nothing we need to learn here right now that we can learn with accessories. I guess I could switch power belt and yellow scarves, and it has a yellow scarf here. Maybe. That is for someone who wants to root this category in the future. If anyone is interested. It is actually pretty fun. And also one of the more forgiving solo character challenges. But yeah, this is Silver Dragon. So we have here the gauntlet of Silver Dragon, Garland, and Kuja. And Silver Dragon has 24,000 HP, so you can do the math. 4 times 6,000 is what we are looking for. Also, Amarant is nice and fast, so unlike Freya, he does not need to be afraid that he has to tank 2 claw attacks in between just at once. But yeah, we really need auto regen and auto potion, because both Silver Dragon and Garland deal heavy damage. Alright, and even though the last roll was a bit low, this was a nice 4-turn fight. Because yeah, the next one, this is the one that actually matters, I would say. This is Garland. Garland needs 7 hits. Garland's max damage roll should be around 2,150 with an attack called Wave. Wave and Psychokinesis are both attack animations that are very short. Like Flair also deals good amounts of damage here, like 1,600. But it is kind of long, so we get like, I don't know, probably 2 auto regen ticks, and then we have auto potion with almost another 2 auto regen ticks, and then you have most of that back already. Not all of it, but most of it. So Flair is not too bad if you have your HP up high. But these shorter animations are a problem. Yeah, and then he has Stop. Stop basically in solo character challenge means have locomotion. You cannot remedy yourself. If Amarant is stopped, it's just game over. And do the whole gauntlet again. And yeah, also we do need to Ether at some point. Ether or Elixir. So yeah, with MP attack takes around 1/8 of your max MP per hit. That's why I said like Silver Dragon is 4 attacks, Garland is 7, Kuja is 7 to 8. Then again, having just the freedom of using an Elixir when needed. We could have been fine with an Ether, especially... I know, I misremembered. But I was like, you know what? Every bit of HP counts. Because here you get a wave, take 2,000 damage, and are suddenly, immediately, like... pretty far away from max, at least. It is still okay, but if we were to get wave to back wave, it would not be okay anymore. Or wave into Psychokinesis. Yeah. Which actually made me Elixir again. I just wanted to have it save. And also, hello, welcome, Quaz. Thanks. Still hope I don't need luck for commentary, but welcome in everyone to the commentary for my Final Fantasy IX solo Amarant world record. Yesterday you were doing FF10, today you are doing FF9. All the cool Final Fantasies. So I believe this was your first playthrough. Hope you enjoy it. And yeah. Wow, so we actually had 3 attacks? Ah, you were again doing FF10. How did that go? Yeah, somehow, apparently it says that your channel says that it was FF9. So yeah, I was wondering, so usually after having done if I had only Alex at once, like I just Ether and leave. Because Kuja only has 2 attacks. One is Sandaga, for which we have the Adamant Head that negates the damage, and the other is Demi. While Demi can kill in this game, it only does so if you are an actually low HP, and with auto potion and auto regen that we needed from the others, we will never get there. But yeah, I was wondering if it would be possible, because I Alexed the second time and kinda late in the Garland fight, to just maybe do without using one. Just squeezing out a bit. Because, yeah, while it is 1/8, usually after 8 attacks you have like 1 or 2 MP left. It is like 1/8 round down. So usually you get a 9th attack in for MP attack. Which tells me if we have actually done 3 on Garland, we have MP for 6, and yeah. So the idea was if the 7s, like if we have 6 and the 7s, even if the 7s doesn't kill, then we just do 2 attacks without MP attack instead of Ether and attack. Which still deals more damage because MP attack is only a times 1.5 multiplier. But yeah, as it turned out, also the PC version, we never talked about it, has, in theory, a half-sec crits fixed. And I know when I did my world record run, crits were some... I felt like it had to do with settings, that crits were actually common. Oh, never mind, I just never counted. Right, no, I was planning to do 2 without MP attack. And then, yeah. The second one without MP attack was the one that finally crit. So basically saying, yes, there were damage rolls, but yeah, no. Thanks. After all these attacks, we finally got a crit and it was completely useless. You'll have to see that. But yeah, obviously losing a bunch of time because, yeah, we lost 3.5 minutes on the grind for getting the wrong encounter. What can I say? It is what it is. Are you now ready to speedrun Final Fantasy X? Did you do all the things? Obviously only CSR, so you can skip most of the skips. Yeah. Also only losing, what is this, 2.5 minutes just shows. There would have been time saved. Like, if you get double Abaddon and that quickly... I mean, I was saying 3.5. If you get 2 Abaddons and those quickly... We had probably almost 4.5. At least 4. But yeah, apparently we were still in it. And I mean, in an FF9 run, in my opinion, once you make it to oil there, you just finish a run. End of the story. Like, that is where all the cool fights happen. And also where all the Amarant action happens in this run. But yeah, so we are setting up the party. We are getting another Stelazio here. With a pistol. I have no clue how to pronounce it, actually. Yeah, and then we are heading to the Town of Fame. Finally, we are heading to Daguerre. Yeah, and this is... So the route was still kinda new, which means that the shopping parts were also kinda new. Yeah, I did struggle in Brand Ball a bit already. The struggling is not completely over. And this time though, yeah, spoilers, it had a bit of a different reason. Yeah, so I'm also going to Daguerreo first because Daguerreo also has a Stelazio. As it turns out, maybe there's a way to do order... Probably Trino Black Mage Village Daguerreo. And skip that one, but then we need to skip one of the 3 items we get in Black Mage Village. Currently, like, optimizing our stuff, we want to go in this direction. But yeah, so we're doing, first things first, we are doing this here 2 times left to get the left side down, put in the stick. 2 times right. Again, selling lots of stuff. And I did not check, but according to my notes, I now sold an item that I really did not want to sell. I also took a long time to actually locate all the things I want to sell. Not sure why I'm not selling the stuff at the bottom. Like, we have a lapis, we have silk shirts, we have a cross helm. Yes, Nikki. Yes, past Nikki, you can sell the cross helm. Yeah, I was desperately looking through my notes to see what I can sell. One Gaia gear. And what was not written in my notes was that I was not supposed to sell the golden hairpin. So me selling this was actually not me messing up in that moment per se, because I did. You can actually buy the golden hairpin here. Dang. I did not know that. Not that you should ever need to, but yeah. The good part though, ironically looking at it, I had enough money to buy 2 Ultima swords. Which also, so the theory was that by buying Ultima swords instead of Bistro Forks, which are quite a bit more expensive, but say, at least according to what I had seen at that point, always dealt quad 9 damage on Tiamat, and allowing us to get a 6-turn quick kill if we do not get Absorb Strength. You might hear it in my voice. How that will work, we will see at the Tiamat fight. But yeah, so after, also important to go to Daguerreo because we can get Kaiser Knuckles there, which are his strongest weapon. So we definitely want to go to both Daguerreo and to Black Mage Village, which has the corresponding braces, before grinding. We need to fight some Grand Dragons. But yeah, we also want to go to Trino in order to deliver the final Solazios we'll get. Yeah, about that. So the first one gives us a black belt that sells for 5k. The second one gives us 20,000 gil. The third one gives us a Rosetta ring that sells for 20,000 gil. And too fast. And the fourth one, after this, gives us 30,000 gil. Past Nikki, what are you doing? Why are you running around? Turn back around and get your 30,000 gil. Could you please? No. Why are you doing this to me, Nikki? Yeah. So mistakes were made. So we both sold a golden hairpin, so that means I cannot create a golden skull cap. And I did not get the 30,000 gil. Yeah. Yeah, you can already guess that the next menu is gonna be... It's, things are gonna go wrong. Horribly. What can I say? After a bit of reworking, it will all work out, because, yeah, not being able to afford the golden skull cap also means that I need less money. And it is not that important, but it is... Yeah, if you decide to skip it, you have definitely more possibilities to handle this overworld. And maybe even buy more Ultima weapon, another Ultima sword or so. But yeah, those are just routing options for the future. No route in speedrunning is ever complete. So yeah, I just go here, sell my items as I am expecting. And then I enter the synthesis shop. I'm like, Bracer, golden skull cap. What is happening here? Yay, I have sold the golden hairpin. Go down, brave suit. Wait a second. I can also not buy the brave suit. What the heck is happening here? So I'm also running way too far back, so I realize that I need to sell more stuff. I need to get to 26k. I know that I usually can sell the demon's vest that is equipped, I just don't need to, which is another 5k, which is why I'm going into the menu here. Okay. And then I go back and somehow pray that this is enough, which, yeah, if I had not panicked and paid attention, which it is just a normal reaction, I would have realized that we are less than 200 gil off. So this time I'm realizing, no, there's an item shop here. I do not need to run back all the way in order to sell stuff. So I'm just going here. What am I even selling? I can't sell anything. Oh yeah, I'm selling Phoenix Downs because at this point only Amarant is alive. There's one spot where we actually might need a Phoenix Down, but yeah. So I was actually thinking yesterday or so that I could sell all of them, but I do not want to sell all of them. Yeah, and then this menu has concluded with a hiccup and another hiccup and non-golden skull cap. So the golden skull cap, it halves earth damage, which doesn't matter at all. It is the second best magic defense hat. Not sure what Nikki is. Yeah, because I removed all my menus a bit all over the place. Yeah, you might have noticed I forgot to equip MP attack. We'll notice that very soon. Where was I? Yeah, but there is one boss in this core that has a lot of strong magical attacks, which is Transkucha. So against Transkucha, the fight is definitely a lot nicer or a lot less stressful if you just have a good hat. Because everyone should have a good hat. Where's my hat? Sadly, making hats for 3D models is kind of difficult. But yeah, what is to note about our current equipment? Besides the fact that I'm just going into the airship here in order to trigger the autosave. So we have the Kaiser Knuckles. The Kaiser Knuckles are not in itself the strongest weapons, but they are wind elemental, which means that you can get another 1.5 times multiplier by equipping an equipment that boosts wind damage, which only very few weapons have. Which in this case is the Bracer. Bracer, yeah, a wrist guard, which gives +1 strength and teaches power throw. +1 strength is okay, not the best, but it's better than nothing. Power throw we'll get to later. Then we have the Adamant hat to learn HP +20, as well as, well, negating thunder damage. The Power Vest for more strength, and the Power Belt for more strength. Because there is, yeah, for more strength and MP attack action. I remember. Yeah, which is also, I noticed, so Grand Dragons are only dragons, so we have no killer ability for it. And yeah, I noticed that I'm missing MP attack, but it just meant that we had a 3-hit instead of a 2-hit. It wasn't the worst. Going back and forth once in order to autosave. And then we go back. Here in this place, there are only Grand Dragons, which is great. No hoping for the right encounter, just getting what you want. Yeah. And Grand Dragons also only have 3 abilities. Yeah, Poison Claw is a dangerous one. 2 Poison Claws will or crit have a good chance of killing. Sandagger we negate, and Poison Breath we also negate because we have antibody. We also only need 3 Grand Dragons in order to learn HP +20. And yeah, we can work with in comparison, pretty low level. Biggest troublemaker, probably Necron, for which we have a bit of a cheesy strat. And yeah. Not sure against who else, like, a few levels more would really help. And against Necron, it's also more like having mana stones to equip more abilities against Grand Cross. But yeah. With MP attack, this is a 2-hit, so very nice. I don't even... Phantom Breath, not Poison Breath. Yeah, basically the same. Right, because it inflicts venom and not poison. Yeah, after just 3 2-hits, you can just move on. Go to the big boss rush. Just Ethering once. Equipping. So the red hat is for MP attack. The ribbon is, well, the ribbon absorbs wind and water damage, which is most of Nova Dragon's attacks. And what else did we have? Oh yeah, we are not using the power vest anymore, because, I mean, we don't get levels. We are just using the brave suit, which, that is some good physical damage. Let's just say it like that. I'm actually surprised how much damage they still dealt, but yeah, having these armor pieces that you never see in an any percent speedrun, like, yeah. Suddenly enemies like Nova Dragon or Death Guys don't deal as much damage anymore as before. But yeah, Nova Dragon 55,000 HP. If you are below 2k, you might still want to heal. Like, he has Shockwave, Counter, Psychokinesis. If he puts too many of those back to back, you can still die. But yeah, Aerial Slash, Twister, Tidal Wave all heal. And as you can see, thanks to MP Attack, Bird Killer, and Bracer Elemental Multiplier, we just deal quad 4. Yeah, otherwise, actually... Yeah, this fight was really special, because remember when I said, like, Nova Dragon likes to counter physical attacks. I'm not sure what they did with this imposter. This Nova Dragon never counted. Not a single time. Which is amazing, I mean, that saves a bit of time. I'm not sure why I'm still not sure why we haven't lost more time with how sketchy the menus were. Like, there were very old routes in which I fought 6 Grand Dragons, but I'm not even sure if they are in these splits. But yeah, we definitely made it through here without losing as much time as the shopping mishaps might have made us think. But yeah. Also, yeah, we bought Ultima Swords. We do want throwing weapons. We still need those. So yeah, we get a wing edge there. Doing short menuing. So I reset most of the screens. Before Marilys, most notably, is a very long one in which I would not want to sit there trying to reset until I finally don't get any. That could take ages. So I prepare myself to defeat one if we get it. Also picking up the Kane's Lance, just like the Ultima Sword, the Tower, just a good throwing weapon. Slightly increases the risks of an encounter on that screen, but so be it. And yeah, so this is a big screen. Good chance of getting an encounter, but we did not. Still running back in order to get the Tower. Very good throwing weapon. And then, I don't know why I didn't menu in the other screen, but yeah. Preparing for Marilus, which basically means, yeah, putting up a lot of HP. So Marilus has pretty strong physical attacks, and Marilus has a final attack, which has a long animation, but auto-regen doesn't tick during it, and can deal up to 3150 damage. So yeah. Freya would even equip Chemist here, so that the high potions, auto potions heal for 900 instead of 450. But yeah, sadly, Amarant can't heal that. Learn that. So, so this is a normal Sword Quiver. Sword Quiver also has like, can basically one-shot us from full if it crits with a high roll, I think. Or almost. But yeah, Marilus has almost 60k, which means like 59, 497. Which means we really want our damage rolls to be quad 9s. Which most of them are. If I recall correctly though, not all of them. But yeah, Marilus moves, what is it? Flame Sash, Sword Quiver are the dangerous ones. You also hope that they might be dodged. And then there's Reflect and Mustard Bomb. Which are free, but obviously Reflect can also only happen so often. There's a 9750. There was afraid, because if you get that a second time, you have underdamaged. But yeah. Fortunately, what was this, the last one? Yeah, this is already the last one. A very, very smooth fight. Basically, so we are not comparing against real PB, but against real PB we probably saved the whole 4 minutes, not getting an encounter and just having a clean fight. And even against these balanced PB, I mean, this balanced PB, you can see we're saving some time. We are saving some good minutes. But yeah, it is really not over. Like, these late game bosses, there are many dangerous late game bosses for solo character runs. Marilus is, I would say Tiamat is the worst, who's coming up next. Then we have Necron, Lich. Yeah, probably Marilus 4th. This guy's 5th? Something around there. But yeah, so... why is Tiamat the worst? Point 1, we cannot use Wind Knuckle, Kaiser Knuckles, because Tiamat is Wind Elemental and absorbs wind damage. Which is why we equip the Rune Claws, just in case we need them. Second, and most importantly, Tiamat has Absorb Strengths, which means that we suddenly only deal half the damage. So basically, if we get Absorb Strengths before we have gotten in 4 throws, we have to reset. Because what we are gonna use here is Power Throw. Power Throw increases the damage of our weapons. I think it doubles them even. It also takes 19 magic stones. And yeah, as you can see, this deals a lot of damage, but also this did not deal the quad 9s that I had always seen. And it was, I did check, it was the same amount of strength that I had in other runs. So it was not that I had like worse stats, I just had worse RNG apparently. Unless bosses stats get rolled, but I have never heard of that. But yeah, basically we have 2 Ultima Swords, the Ori, the Kane's Lance, the Avenger, and to conclude it's the Tower. The Tower is the strongest, so if you throw that one deals like around 13,000. rounded down, of course, because quad 9 is the max. So if we throw it now after absorb strength, it deals a bit more than 5k. Yeah, 6.5. But yeah, I was a bit confused. I didn't count properly. We actually got the first absorb strength after 4 turns. You can see our weapon count is kind of tight. We barely have the 8 that I really want. So the kind of goal is 4 times 10k plus 4 times 5k. If you obviously get absorb strength later, that's nice. Also, small fun fact, float doesn't matter. If you, I think it was throw not anyways, but if you attack with a floating character, Tiamat will use Snort and throw that character out of the fight. But that only works if it is not the last character that is alive. It will not use Snort if Snort results in a game over. But yeah, so here we are. All 8 weapons have been thrown and I'm still barely off. So yeah, I just do what I have to do and start attacking. And that attack brings it over the finish line. Maybe not the greatest of fights, but it is a first try, and a first try Tiamat is worth a lot. It is just absolutely massive. Yeah, this is what was really starting to hope. Yeah, we do not talk about that. My brain was in a different screen in the next one. So it was holding up and then just resetting. And yeah, moving through the screen. This long screen, also no encounter, was really nice. Yeah, coming up next is Kraken. Yeah, if I said that Nova Dragon was kinda chill because we have a ribbon, then Kraken is even more chill because we have the ribbon. Because Kraken basically spams Waterga and counters with water moves, so... All Kraken does is more or less heal us. Sometimes it also counters with ink, but... too rare for the damage to matter, and... we do not care about being blinded when we have accuracy plus, which just ignores every accuracy check. Yeah. Yeah. Water gun! Choo choo! And healed. Yeah, it can also use freeze, but we have body temps, so... I'm not actually sure what would happen. No, I also never want to find out if we have only a freeze character alive. Yeah, more or less. I guess it's more like Tentacruel. Not sure. I mean, there are only 2 tentacles to attack, which would assume Tentacool, but... I feel like Tentacruel would also fit. So yeah, well, this fight obviously takes a bit, because this boss always counters. It is also very, very safe and consistent. Yeah. Only small time loss, we do trance on this fight. Trance really doesn't matter anymore, because we always deal quad 9 anyways. It is just a time loss. I would have loved to trance on Tiamat. That could have mattered. Especially trancing after absorb strength would have given us some damage back. Or confirmed before that we get the quad 9s, but... yeah. In this fight, Amarant is just allowed to look cool. Which, I mean, more swag points to him. Trance is all... Trance always gives you a glow up. But yeah. Unfortunately, I did not really... especially with, like, not using weapons. Like, Amarant's abilities that he can learn from weapons are just completely unused. Like aura, spare change, or you call it. Because there's just not even enough time to have any of these weapons equipped. But yeah, with that, final hit, Kraken down. Small time save because no random encounter. Oh yeah, first we need to detrans. And then we move on to, yeah, I guess it is only the third worst boss now. I guess I need to admit that Necron is worse than Lich. But yeah, Lich's main problem is Lich having Doom and Death Cutter, which inflicts Doom. Yeah. Fortunately though, I mean, at least unlike Zidane, just like Freya, he deals quad 9, so it is only a 6-turn fight. But yeah, this is where we want auto life and the rebirth ring, just so that we can like revive ourselves once against death. Maybe delay like early Doom. It is possible to throw a Phoenix down while you are dying on Doom and revive yourself if you do not have auto life on. But let's just... I'm also always happy when I don't need to rely on that. And yeah, obviously when I talk about that, Lich just immediately needs to start off with Death. But fortunately it misses. I was really not happy seeing that first. Because going into a fight with auto life just so that it immediately gets removed is like, what am I even doing this for? But yeah, otherwise we also have like Venom Powder, which we can have antibody on, Stop, which we can have locomotion on, level 5 Death, which, well, we can just not have a level multiple of 5. Earthquake, for which we have equipped the Gaia gear again. So lots of like status attacks that we just do not care about. But yeah, obviously if he decides to like Death into Death, then so be it. Or just Death into Death Cutter. Like our only heal is well, no, we even have auto regen on. But yeah. Yeah, here we have Doom, but the Doom happened too late. Like, you can get, if you're really good, you can get 3 attacks in while the Doom timer is running. But yeah, we only needed 1. Right, with Lich down and less than 12 hours having happened, we are picking up the Excalibur 2. It is very important. If you don't do it, you're missing out on a very, very important strat. What that is, yeah, you will see soon. We only have 3 bosses left to go. Also, most importantly, in case you haven't noticed, yes, this run has a 0 encounter disc 4. So luck has to strike somewhere for a run to be actually good. And a 0 encounter disc 4 is definitely a huge one, with some of the screens that are pretty long. Like the one before Kraken, the one before Marilis, and just in general. And no one says that you can't like get an encounter on any of the other screens. But yeah, coming up next is Death, guys. So I'm equipping the running shoes. I'm not even sure if he needs them. But just to make sure that he doesn't like Demon's Claw twice in a row. Having auto haste is just a nice thing. And even if not, with auto haste, I've been fairly often been able to just get an attack in before Meteor. Which, that in it itself is worth it. But yeah, also re-equipping the Brave Suit, of course, because good physical defense is all we need. There we go. Early attack. And now we have Meteor. So yeah, Meteor deals between 50 and 4,950 damage. That is random. We have a good chance of surviving. We obviously don't need to. But yeah, this time it was 1100, so I just decided to be like, hey, who cares? Still a bit surprised by how much damage the spin deals. But yeah, here we have counter number 1. Also a nice useless crit. Then we have Demon Claw. I was like, hey, I need to heal, and then I see another counter attack, and I was like, alright, you're just down. We gotten an early attack, and we've gotten 2 counter attacks, and this guy has died faster than ever before, basically. Yeah, this was an incredible Death Guys fight. The only danger of Death Guys is that one day he closes and uses his death spell, which is why you don't want this fight to drag out, but yeah. This was just incredibly fast. Yeah, so next up is Transkuja. As mentioned before, Transkuja wants to have, uses instead all the spells. And so the Golden Skull Cap would be nice, not gonna lie. Yeah, what we're doing is like max HP, auto potion, auto regen. His spells have all pretty long animations, but they are strong, and he likes to counter with Flair Star, which also deals good damage. It was good, I mean, pretty high. So yeah, I was a bit scared. We again, like, 6 hits. 6 hits with quad 9. Nothing really changed about that. If we are things that can also happen that are good is Holy, because we have a pumice piece equipped that absorbs Holy damage, and Kiraga counters. But I think Kiraga counters only happens when he is not reflected. He usually reflects one of the early turns. The first 2 attacks do not get countered, so. I'm not sure if it is below 50% or 40 or something around that, but yeah. I feel like 50 is too high, but yeah, it does happen. We have some leeway. But yeah, so I was just chilling here, worrying, hey, do I need to heal? When do I need to heal? We do have still elixirs, like as you could be able to see, like our elixir and ether count, even though we sold a bunch of ethers and we basically never picked up any ethers or elixirs, especially, or ethers and ethers ever, and elixirs past this too. There is not really a problem. Yeah, there's the Holy Cast. Sadly, relatively early, where we haven't had to tank a lot of Flair Stars yet. But yeah, I mean, as long as the HP is high, all you can do is attack. And that's it. But yeah, Flair Star deals damage in relation to your level, I believe. So it is a fixed amount of damage, but it can also miss, which is important. Level times 35. See? Having chat available is always great. Chat has just all the brain cells. But yeah, good. I appreciate that. No sarcasm at all. If that sounded like that. I do know a lot about this game, not everything. But yeah, it just turned out that I was like, but I just had full HP, so I don't want to heal. And I was like, oh, I only need 1 attack. So here it was like, I only need 1 attack. And yeah, so it just barely worked out. But yeah, seeing 3-digit HP is like, I mean, maybe it always works out, but I also know why I like the Golden Skull Cap. Let's just say it like that. Alright, and with that, Transkuja went down, and we only have 1 Necron to go. I say only? Necron can still, like, chill here with us for 15 minutes. It has happened in the past. So we have a new strat now. Compared to at least when that happened. Yeah. As it turns out, we will not even try to tank Neutron Ring anymore. So, no HP plus 10, no HP plus 20, no auto regen. We just auto life through that Neutron Ring. And the second one, and maybe was full HP if we don't get blue shockwaved and chilled through Grand Cross. But otherwise, we will just... Yeah, just not. Also, yeah, no auto potion. We just have like Insomniac, Body Temp. If we are a higher level, we could also have Clear-Headed. Yeah. For Confusion, obviously, there's a chance that we might hit Necron. Which has also happened before. But, yeah. So Necron also has less of possible attacks, so less characters are alive. So another boss where like a mod that just automatically kills all party members would make the fight a lot easier. And especially here raise the chances of an early attack. But yeah, so we have to wait for everyone to suicide or die. This is Sandaga, for example. Before we can attack. And yeah, then it is 6 attacks. Or is it? To defeat Necron. So yeah, first blue shockwave, and then we have to go through the Grand Cross. Yeah, Grand Cross inflicts random status effects. Heck yeah. So I'm just here checking which status effects it's gonna show me. Just holding the remedy ready. Not that I really want to use it, because in order to be able to defeat him before the next Grand Cross, we actually need to attack. So, but yeah, I mean, there could be like, I don't know, mini, like status effects that even carry over. But it turns out, whatever it inflicted was stuff that we were protected against, so we were just able to send it. Yeah, so we are dying to Neutron Ring here, but ironically, actually, Amarant outspeeds Necron even through the Rebirth Ring. So after getting up, Amarant gets the first turn before Neutron Ring, before the first blue shockwave, which allows us to, yeah, finish this run before we even get to see another Grand Cross. And yeah, so we have 1. 2. And for the final attack, very, very important. We cannot exit. Oh no, wait. 3, we need 4. It is 3 blue shockwaves, it is 4 attacks. But yeah. For the final attack, to increase the swag points, obviously, we'll throw the Excalibur too. And yeah. That is Final Fantasy IX Amarant Solo Challenge in 40754. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you enjoyed this run and made it this far and enjoyed the commentary, don't forget to subscribe. What was it? Like, subscribe, leave a comment. And yeah, maybe we'll finally make it to 1,000 subscribers, where we are very close to. Yeah, so that's it for this video. Hope to see you all in the next one.